Well, hello. We're gonna do something fun today. Something that no content creator has ever done before. We're going to make a tier list, which is a completely revolutionary idea that I came up with all on my own. So, we're going to give people about 5 minutes more to get in here before I start. And I'm gonna explain basically what we're gonna do today in that 5 minutes for anyone who is here already. I'm still not really used to streaming or using OBS, so I don't know how many people's here. I can only see chat. So if you want me to know you're here, say something in chat. But I have 2 tier lists planned for today. We're going to make one based on how good the characters are. I found this one on a tier list maker, and I really liked it because it has some like really pretty screenshots that it used. And we're going to be using this one. So I'm going to make a tier list based on how good the characters are. And then, if it doesn't take 5 hours, we will then make another one based on how much I like the characters. Because, as someone who has like done everything in Genshin, struggle a little bit to think up like what kind of content to make. So we're doing tier list stream. I was gonna make this into a video, but after did some like BlazBlue streaming stuff, I'm like, you know what? This would be a better stream. This would be a better stream. So to clarify the title of this stream, I tried to make it something that would incentivize people to watch it, of course. By the way, let me know if the audio's fine, if there is anyone here. Because I thought the audio was fine on my last BB Tag stream, but it turns out you couldn't hear the video volume at all. Like, it wasn't even close to as loud as I thought it was. So I'm going to have to tweak that next time. So I just basically have the OST playing in the background. I hope that is, like, mixed well with my voice, but whatever. So the point of the title of this tier list, or this stream or whatever, is that I have every character in the game, and I think I used the word maxed somewhere in the stream title. Like, I have every character in the game maxed out. So what I mean by that is that every character is level 90, every character has their talents at least level 6, every character's friendship is maxed, which means that I've actively used them. And every character has, like, a decent weapon, has, like, a decent artifact set, has the optimal artifact main stats. Substats, I don't care about. I'll give them the best ones that I have. But as long as it's the correct set and the main stats are all correct, that's what I go for. And I do have the game here, so that I can, like, quickly show you my builds for characters and whatnot. Lanyan and Yume Mizuki are not built yet. They're both still at level 80, and both their weapons and artifacts are just not leveled up. So I'm going to go ahead and throw those 2 in still building. Because we're going to do the tier list for how good I think the characters are first. And that is basically the general premise. I feel like not many people in this game have every character in the game. So I thought I could provide a somewhat unique perspective, because not only do I have them all, I have actively tried to build them all. So, we don't miss a day on Genshin. We do not miss a day on Genshin. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Okay, how do I want to do this? What is this, like, the OG Traveler, the one that has, like, the otherworldly powers that's not playable yet? Yeah, we'll put that in here. We'll rank, each Elemental Traveler. Well, let's order these, shall we? So whoever made this tier list did a pretty good job of ordering everyone in release order. So I think we got Electro Traveler here. We got Dendro Traveler here. Hydro here. And Pyro here. That's like a recent thing, right? Yeah. Yeah, that looks good. So obviously these characters are all not playable. This is clearly the best character in the game. I don't roll for weapons or constellations. So I will make like a mention if I have like a 5-star character at a certain constellation, or if I just happen to get a 5-star bow for someone. It probably will help their ranking, but I also think this is more of like a general flat ranking. Almost everyone has 4 or 3-star weapons, and almost none of the 5 stars have any constellations. So we'll rank Anemo Traveler first. I think that Anemo Traveler is it's pretty underrated, actually. I think that, like, in a world where almost all of the Traveler, like, variation... Twin. I like to call them the Twin. Almost all the Twin variations suck. I think this one's criminally underrated. The ability to, like, swirl in with crowd control, pull everyone in towards you is just, like, a great... It's the first elemental skill you get in the game, which I think is pretty cool. The elemental burst, like also having crowd control, grouping them up is also really good. I think it would be better if it just put the tornado in front of you instead of like carrying the enemies off to Neverland or wherever. But I do think that this is like better than most people give it credit for. Let me go ahead and show you my Traveler build, because I don't have like different Traveler builds for different elements. I sort of just use the same one, and that's because, like, I always wanted to keep the PlayStation exclusive sword on me throughout the entirety of my run, and I kind of just have. And I have, like, 2-set Wonders Troop, 2-set Gladiator. I'm not going to walk you through the build of every character. I just think it's very interesting for the Twin, because I wanted to make a build where I didn't have to change anything when swapping over in the elements. And, yeah. I actually think that this character is pretty underrated. I do like Anemo Traveler a lot. So, it's not really good, obviously. I don't really know what criteria I have for each tier. There's not only going to be just one character in best and worst, by the way. I think that you could definitely be the best and worst through a couple different criteria. So there might be 2 or 3 characters in these tiers. But other than that, I don't really know what criteria I have for S through F just yet. Might move stuff around as we go. So, I do think it's underrated. I think most people would put him down here and down here. I'm going to put him in C. I don't think that... I don't think that he's, like, super good. Like, he's not like a B tier character or anything like that. But this was a really solid character for a while, and I think that this was a really solid character that the game gave you to start with. I really like him, so C tier. Geo, on the other hand, is as bad as people say that he is. This variation of the Twin is only good for, like, exploring and doing the, like, Geo weight puzzles in Leeway and whatnot. This character has, like, almost no practical functionality. The elemental skill just doesn't do anything. It's a Geo construct for who cares about that? For... Dang, I'm forgetting her name. Chiori. It's a Geo construct for Chiori. So, that's good. And, like, the alt is, like, okay, but it's still not good. Also, it's Geo. It has, like, the worst elemental reactions in the game. This is a bad character. I probably am never gonna ever switch to Geo Twin ever again, except maybe for, like, aesthetic purposes, like doing Leeway crap or whatever. But Geo Twin is pretty bad. Debatably worse character. I could put him in a worse character. He's pretty bad. He's the worst twin. This is the worst twin. So I guess in that sense, this is a kind of worse character. This is the worst twin variation. I think this will always be the worst twin variation. But then we get into the actual characters. Then we get into Amber. Character that the game gives you at the beginning. Everyone says Amber's bad. Elemental skill that just doesn't activate for forever. Interesting enough, I've played this game since day one. My Amber is still only at C2. I have never gotten Amber constellations like that off the default banner ever. I don't know why. It just doesn't happen. So I'm not gonna rate characters based on like assuming how good they would be if you had more constellations with them. I'm just going to rank them based on how good they are with the constellations that I have for them. And to no one's surprise, Amber's not very good. I think that she does have a small niche. I think that near the beginning of the game, her elemental skill, or not elemental skill, her elemental burst had one of the quickest cooldowns of any elemental burst in the game. And considering that it was a pyro character, there weren't many good ones at the time unless you were able to pull the Luke. She definitely had some versatility there. Amber is not a worst character kind of character. Hi, Raven Guy. How are you doing? But she is pretty bad. And I think that like her one niche of having an elemental burst that had a really quick cooldown doesn't really exist like conceptual anymore. No one cares about that. And I'm pretty sure that there is someone at this point who has a faster elemental burst recharge than Amber. So I think I am going to put her in F. She's an F tier character. To no one's surprise, a lot of people still call this the worst character in the game. I do not think Amber's the worst character in the game. I think there are worse characters. I think Baron Bunny having interesting utility where it can be moved by like swirl things. Like if you throw Baron Bunny in like a Sucrose ult, it would like be grouped up to explode at the enemies. I think that's pretty cool. I'm doing pretty good. Just doing some tier lists. If you weren't here at the beginning, I'm going to be doing 2 tier lists today. First I'm going to be ranking all the characters based on how good they are, and then I'm going to be ranking them how much I like them. I've played this game since day one. I might have missed like less than 10 days in total for dailies. I have every character in the game. They're all level 90 except these 2. All their friendship is maxed except these 2. They all have optimal weapons artifacts. Not 5-star weapons, but like good solid 3 or 4 ones depending on the character. So I think I'm one of the few people who has every character in the game and has tried to build every character in the game. So I've really wanted to do something like this, and I thought about making it into a video, but I'm like, nah, that's an interesting stream idea. So that's what we're doing today. But lots of the earlier characters aren't very good. Amber is an F tier character. I'll be right back. I need some water. All right. I've never streamed a tier list before. I've done a couple of them on my channel, so we'll see if this feels comfortable. I'm still getting used to streaming. I'm gonna try to do my weekly BB tag stream. Genshin is not gonna have a weekly stream, but I just wanted to do this. And if I get any ideas for Genshin streams in the future, I will of course do those when they come up. But I just wanted to do this today. So yeah, power creep is a thing. I think that this game has managed power creep a lot better than a lot of other games. Because if you like look at like some of these earlier characters, like it's amazing how many of them I would still actively use despite having like everyone in the cast, having everyone in the cast level up. Like up until Cleet was the first character who is on this list who was not in like the very first version. There's still so many of these characters I would actively use in certain situations. And for almost all the characters in the game, they've done a really great job of carving out a specific niche for each of them. And I think very few characters are just bad. Like just worse in like every possible way than other characters. Lisa, like obviously the characters that the game gives you for free are going to be not that good, like Amber, and like Lisa. Lisa is another character. I swear, I don't know what's up with Genshin, bro, but Lisa, I've been playing since day one. I also only have her at C2. I just can't pull Lisa's. I just can't. I stream, I'm kind of new to streaming. I'm more of like a video production kind of guy. I like editing. I like presenting a finished product to my viewers. But I'm trying to start doing a weekly BlazBlue Cross Tag Battle tournament analysis stream where every Friday I just look at like online tournament top 8s and just talk about and analyze them. That's mostly what I've been doing. If I find like something Genshin related that could make for a good weekly stream, I would be open to doing that. But presently, like I said, my Genshin account is pretty maxed out. And I don't want to do anything story-related because I like to do that by myself and immerse myself in it. So I'm probably never going to stream anything story-related. So it's kind of hard for me to find, like, specific Genshin stuff to do. I mostly just make guides and make, like, funny Imaginarium Theater videos because I really like the mode. And I've streamed Imaginarium Theater once, which was really fun, but I think that I prefer making my run into a video. It's just more comedic value. I think I can make it into a better product for consumption if I make it into a video and edit it instead of just stream it. By the way, this like thing, this like bubble here, I can't control that. That is part of my operating system. It does that on its own. Let me see if I can turn that off, actually. Yeah, I'll have to look into it later. I don't know how to turn it off. But anyway, Lisa is another character. It's just beginner character, one of the first characters in the game. An elemental skill that you have to charge, which is not very good. I think that Lisa's better than Amber on the account of the fact that, like, she is a catalyst user, which means that her normal attacks are charged with an element, which is very good for reactions. Her ult is also very good. It's one of those lingering ults that just stay on the field and can just apply Electro over a set period of time. I think that basically an Electro version of man, I'm just not pulling names off the top of my head today. Emily. Basically an Electro Emily. And significantly worse than Emily for several reasons. But I think that hold on. Let me get some more music. I have like all the Genshin OSTs here. There we go. But I think there is a reason to pick Lisa. Maybe not a good reason to pick her over other characters. But I think that her ult is still pretty good and carries her decently well. The fact that she can also just throw out Electro with her normal attacks is solid as well. I think she is a tier above Amber. I think that there is, like, utility here. Amber just basically has, like, no practical use almost anymore. I think that Lisa's elemental skill is pretty darn good. Or elemental burst. Her elemental skill is some cheeks. And I think that for that reason, there is still like a little reason to put Lisa on your team. Kaya is by far the best character that the game gives you, of the original 4 that the game just gives you. I think that, like, his elemental skill, just cryo damage in front of him, it's decent for, like, early game. His normal attack string is actually pretty cool, how one of the attacks puts him behind the enemy. That's not practical for anything, I just thought that was sick. And he definitely has the best elemental burst out of anyone that we've ranked so far. This is a decent character. And this is a character that I think I actually did once bring to Spiral Abyss in, like, the past recent couple of years, once or twice. So Kaya's another, like, decent character. I wouldn't say Kaya's underrated like Animo Traveler is. Most people put Animo Traveler, like, down here. People seem to understand that Kaya is decent, and that you can just elemental burst with him and just have, like, AoE cryo around you, which can really help with some characters. At any time, like, I'm doing, like, one of those character trials and they give me Kaya, I really like that. They never give you Amber, which is just a testament to they realize just how bad they give you Lisa sometimes. But I think Kaya, he's still average to this day. And I think that it would be very easy for Genshin to just give you 3 F-tier characters to, like, fill out your team at the beginning. But they didn't. I think Kaya's kit is pretty okay. Lisa has a decent elemental burst. I mean, the only reason that Lisa's in D tier is because of how long the game's been going on and just how crazy some of the characters have gotten are. She is D tier relatively by comparison. But this was not a bad character back in the day. And Kaya is still decent to this day. C tier. Barbara, everyone thinks Barbara has, like, fallen off. I still use Barbara so much to this day. I think that most of that is owing to the fact that as a 4-star, I do have her at max constellation, and her max constellation's actually very useful. I remember I actually rolled on the, do y'all remember when, like, Kaching had, like, an event banner just out of nowhere? I actually rolled on that banner because I had Barbara at C5 and I really wanted the C6, and of course I got Kaching and lost my guarantee. So that sucked. But when I eventually did get the C6 Barbara, I absolutely love it. I love having it. It's great for Spiral Abyss if you just need a healer. Being affected by Hydro does suck. That is just strictly bad. But her healing is still decent. Like, I still like her healing. The fact that it moves with you, so it's not like an AoE that you can move out of. Her elemental burst is, like, really good. Like, as a dedicated healer, still a really good kit. Like, a really good kit. And I probably would put her, like, at the top of C if I didn't have her at C6, but she is a 4-star and not one of these 4-stars, which means you are going to be getting copies of her on the event banners. So you're a lot more likely to get this character at C6 the more you play the game. And I think her C6 does bump her up a tier. Like, the instant res is so good for Spiral Abyss especially. Well, for now, I am going to put her in B tier. There are still times where I pick Barbara for, like, Spiral Abyss and whatnot out of anyone in the game. I think she's good. Like, yes, like, in terms of how powerful her healing is, she has gotten power crept. But the versatility, the fact that, like, the ring never leaves you, her ult heals the whole team. And I don't have Chi-Chi at C6 yet. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise. So Barbara is my only way, if I'm fighting something in Spiral Abyss and I think that I might need, like, a res on a character, Barbara's the only way to get that. And I think that the fact that she has maintained that, like, exclusive niche to this day is really cool. She's a B tier character for me. Oh man, I'm not used to streaming. My throat is still kind of recovering from that BB tag stream I did 2 days ago. Whew. Who is this? Razor? Razor is bad. Slow normal attacks. Outright power crept by Sino. The fact that if you like tag out of him, his ult goes away. I'm pretty sure. I actually don't know if that's true. But when you ult, you can't like do charged attacks or anything. You basically just spam. It's just Sino, but way worse. I think that, like I've mentioned already, I think very few characters in this game have been outright power crept. Besides Razor, I can think of only one other one that has been just completely replaced. But I think if you have Sino, there is no reason to ever use Razor ever. Like as like what? Primary Electro DPS? Who's better primary Electro DPS than Razor? Shogun? Sino. Is there a 4-star? There might not be a 4-star one. Beidou doesn't really count. I won't really call her like the same sort of strict offense that Razor is. So maybe I can't put him in worst character, because if you don't have like access to 5 stars, then maybe this will be the best like primary Electro DPS you have. That might be a niche that he still has, even though if you do have Sino, there's no reason to ever touch this character again. But I'm putting him in F, because this character, he has no practical... Lisa is better than this character. Like, if I need, like, Electro on my team, and it's just for some reason all the 5 stars that I've pulled are all support, and I want an Electro, like, main DPS, and I don't have Shogun, or Sino, and these are all like what ifs, right? Because I obviously do have those characters. I'm never gonna play Razor again unless I'm doing some story that he's relevant in and I'm picking him for flavor. But this is a bad character. I would never use this character again. Xiangling is very good. I think that between Xiangling and Bennett, the base 4-star Pyro characters were really good, and that's like more of a testament to how in the like first version of the game, Pyro was just the best element. You just had Xiangling, you had Bennett, you had Diluc, and I think that has changed drastically over the course of the game's lifespan. I think that overall, Pyro has definitely gotten the worst characters like over the course of the 5 years that the game's been out. It's like Diluc just started falling off more and more and more, and for the longest time there was just no one that replaced him. But the 4-stars, on the other hand, have not fallen off. Picking Xiangling is still optimal for Spiral Abyss and for Imaginarium Theater. She's real good support, like a good elemental skill. It's just everything you would want. Is she like broken? No. She's not an S tier character, but she's good. She's good A tier support. I like Xiangling. I think she's worthy of the A tier. Maybe that's too high. Maybe like because it's all early and I just look at the rest of these characters and think Xiangling is just above them. Maybe when we get like further into the update, she'll bump down to B. But for now, I think she's pretty good. And now I think I'm putting her in A. Beidou has this interesting niche. I don't even really know what to call this character. Is she DPS? Is she support? I don't really know. I need to get some food after I rank this one. But Beidou, I don't like Beidou as a character, and I don't like using Beidou. I think that her kit is okay. Her ult is fine. Her like counter ability is fine. It's not fast. I think that as Genshin has evolved and they've realized that there's very few bosses that are difficult to just outright beat, a lot of the more challenging in-game aspects of the game have become these, like, timed things, like Imaginarium Theater and, like, Spiral Abyss, and I hate that. I hate, like, timers as a form of artificial difficulty, and Beidou doesn't go well into those sorts of things. You can take that into your ranking consideration if you want. I wouldn't say you're right if you do or if you don't. But, there's utility here. I don't think it's utility I would ever use in any... I can't think of a situation where this utility is something that I would say, oh man, I really want that Beidou shield or that, like, Beidou counter. I am going to put her below Lisa in D. There's some utility here. Like, she does have some tools, and she does have some things that are unique to her. But it's not something that I think is that useful. It's not something I would ever use. I don't like using Beidou. I don't think she's a great character. And I'll be right back. I need some food. Okay. Got some French toast and bacon. The kind of French toast that's actually toast. Alright. Jingcho's real good. His elemental burst is... very useful. He has been directly power crept in the form of Yelan, but Yelan's a 5-star, and it's way easier to get Jingcho's, it's way easier to get Jingcho's constellations, and even if you have Yelan, having another character that does this is really good. His elemental skill is whatever. I don't know who on the design team saw fit to give it a 20-second cooldown. That seems kind of just ridiculous. But he does, for whatever reason. So this character is ranked mostly on the premise of his elemental burst. And I think that for a lot of these characters, a lot of these earlier characters, having their elemental burst still take effect even when you tag out of them is really good. And a lot of characters lost that, like, later in the game. And except for, like, Razor, of course. Like, because his elemental burst changed his normal attack, so like, other people couldn't have it when you, like, tagged out of him. But Jingcho's pretty good. I don't think he's, like, broken. But he's an A tier character. Is he better than Zhongling? It depends. Like, you could put him above or below Zhongling. You'd be correct either way. It basically just depends on what your team needs. In a lot of ways, these two fill the same role, and they're both really good at it. I think... Man, what do I think? I think that because Pyro has fallen off as an element as the game's gone on, and it's, like, done better recently. Like, once we hit Arlecchino and we got Mawika, we got some really dang good Pyro characters. But for the longest time, we just weren't getting any good ones. And I think that, for that reason, I think that the Hydro characters are just all around better. So I think that because Pyro, at least in my opinion, is a much more desired element for a good character to have, I'm going to leave Zhongling above Xingqiu. But, like, you could put Xingqiu above her. You could. And you would not be incorrect. Ningguang is interesting. With her constellations, or maybe it's her, like, inherent abilities. If you walk through her Jade screen, you get, like, an elemental boost. Like a boost to your geo damage. Her screen counts as a construct, so she helps Shiori. And it like blocks damage. It's a very unique form of shield that doesn't stay on the character, but rather that you can place. So she has good utility for like monument challenges and whatnot. Her geo damage can be pretty good. I actually think that it can be deceptively good. And Geo didn't have a good DPS for a while. I don't think Geo had a good DPS until, like, what? Ito, I guess? I guess that wasn't too long. Like, yeah, Inazuma wasn't too long. But, for a while, this was Geo's best DPS. And today, she has kind of lost that role. There's just other characters you would go to for that role, but she does still have some good niches, and she also pairs as a good secondary character with characters like Chiori for a few reasons. I think this is another C tier character. If she was not Geo, I could put her above Kaya, but because she is Geo, the element is just not as useful as Kaya's is. So she's gonna go below Kaya. And again, I think because Geo is just such a harder element to like take full advantage of, I think that having the Anemo twin is also more useful because of the crowd control elements and the fact that Swirl is just such a really good elemental reaction. I think that Ningguang's decent, but generally speaking, I think that the utility Anemo Twin has elevates him above her. So she's gonna go at the bottom of C for now. Bottom of C for now. Fischl's really good. Like, some of these, like, default 4 stars, I still use Fischl, like, very actively to this day. She's better than Xingqiu or Bennett. Or Bennett. She's better than Zhongling or Xingqiu. Like, just outright. I actively use Fischl a lot. Like, Xingqiu has been directly power crept in the form of Yalan. Fischl's direct power creep is Yae Miko. And I don't think that's even direct power creep. I think that's just another version of that role. And there are still instances where Fischl just does it better. Now, admittedly, this is a character you do need at C6 to make her really good and relevant in this day and age. But that's not hard to get. It's not hard to get C6 Fischl. I think this might have been like the first character I ever got C6. It wasn't hard. And I think Fischl is the best at what she does so much. I think she is a tier above these two. I think Fischl's an S tier character. If you have her at C6. If you do not have her at C6, she might even be in B. But I do. Most people do. It's not difficult to get her there. She's an S tier character. She's super effing useful. I was going to put her in A, but like comparing her kit to these two, it's just strictly better. It's just strictly better. Bennett, I mean, most people say this is like one of the best characters in the game, right? His damage boosting abilities are really good. His ult doesn't even do bad damage by itself. I think my Bennett's kit is somewhat worth noting because he actually does have a 5-star weapon for me. I do actually have a Skyward Blade on my Bennett, which is a really good weapon for him. So he does have like the slight boon over other characters of the fact that I've been playing him with a 5-star weapon. But generally everyone agrees Bennett's really good. That he's like super useful. I definitely use him a lot. But I do think he is overrated. He's really good, don't get me wrong. But people will put him in S, or maybe even like one of the best characters in the game. I wouldn't say that. I think the reason for me that Bennett still makes it into A tier is because his ult heals. If it did not function as healing in addition to the damage buff, I would actually say he might be B or even C. I actually don't value the damage boost all that much. Like, it's good, but I don't think it would be good enough to warrant running without the healing. I think I value healing a lot more than most other players. And there's also the fact that you do have to stay in the area of the ult to get the benefits. And it's not like Oz, where Oz will just attack whoever you're attacking with crazy range. No matter... I wouldn't... He does have a set range that he can't attack past, but it's so much easier to just attack someone and not have to worry about how far they are away from Oz than to stay in like Bennett ult. And it's not a big deal, yeah, but I'm just saying that because I am gonna put him in A. He's better than Zhongling, and it's just, again, like Pyro having such a strong showing earlier in the game's lifespan. I don't think it's S. I don't think it's S. Like, it being Pyro has only just gotten better as the game has gone on, though. I will say that, because after going for so long without, like, the best Pyro characters, having, like, Bennett be able to do Pyro reactions, like, to give, like, Chaska Pyro is a very recent example. It's just everything kind of just worked out for Bennett, ironically, right? Because like bad luck is his shtick, but everything really just worked out for Bennett, and he's just been a great character ever since he came out. I could put him at the bottom of S. I could. Because I still actively use Bennett in, like, everything. I guess he is an S tier character. Is he? Like, do I really want to put him... We could put him there for now. Maybe I'll bump him down when we get into the later characters. Maybe. We'll see. Is Paimon not on this list, by the way? They have, like, all of these non-playable Fatui characters, and they don't have Paimon. I think that's really funny. Noelle. Poor Noelle. Noelle was the OG shield. You had no reason to use this character if you got Zhongli. But Noelle was so cool. Not only did she, like, have such a really great shield for early on, and the game gave you to her, right? Like, you're guaranteed this character on the beginner wish banner. Not only did you have, like such a good shield for early on. But she's also like one of the few elemental bursts that like keeps if you tag out. Like you can burst with her, then tag out to a support like Fischl, for example, to just throw something out, then tag back to her, and she'll still be in her ult, which I think is really, really cool. And it's a shame more characters don't do that, and it's also a shame that Noelle's isn't really that good. Like, she has some utility being a shield character. I think her shield's better than Beidou's, but I think that the utility stops there. I think if you have Zhongli, there's no reason to ever pick this character. It's fine. It's a fine shield, but I don't think it has the same sort of utility that Ningguang has, and I would even say that its usefulness dips below what Lisa's Elemental Burst does. So I think she's a mid-D tier character. I would pick her shield over Beidou in her ult, though. So mid-D. Chongyun, like what? Like, who plays Chongyun a whole lot? Maybe it's just been, like, my Genshin journey specifically. But the game gives you Kaya. The game gives you Kaya. And Kaya is just better. Like, Chongyun's elemental skill, it just does some cryo in front of him like Kaya. His elemental burst is also just some cryo in front of him. I like that Kai's like follows you around. He's not as good as a character that the game gives you. So it's like it's all right. It's like there's nothing really bad about his elemental burst or his elemental skill. Like how, like, Lisa, you have to charge her elemental skill or anything like that. But it just feels like, functionally speaking, why does this character exist? You know? Because, like, I would have a... Because he feels like a better character than Lisa, just looking at each of them in a vacuum. But I can think of so many more reasons to play Lisa than Chongyun. It's... I can't see myself ever picking Chongyun again. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that there's any particular niche he has. Even Beidou has a niche. Like, his moves are just fine. Like, literally just fine. Is that worthy of, like, F? I don't think... He'd be above Razor and Amber. Could be at the bottom of D. I mean, there's nothing necessarily wrong with his moves, but it's hard for me to say, like, Chongyun's good if you don't have other X characters, because you just play Kaya instead. Even at C0, you just play Kaya instead. Everyone has Kaya. I think that for that reason, I don't want to put him in F. It's not like he, like almost never works like Razor does. Like, I hate being, like, basically locked into him when I burst, not having a charge attack or anything like that. I don't think it'd be fair to put Chongyun in F tier just because the game gives you Kaya, which makes him seem like worse than he really is. But I don't think this character has any niche, so I'm gonna put him at the bottom of D. You have to have at least some niche. Like, Beidou has some niche. Sucrose is really good. This is probably, like, the crowd control character if you don't have Venti or Kazuha. And even if you do have Venti or Kazuha, for like Spiral Abyss or for Imaginarium Theater, like I actually mentioned in my most recent Imaginarium Theater video, I'm like, dang, I wish I'd brought Sucrose because I like used Venti already and I'm gonna need Kazuha for later. So this character, it's like a 4-star version of like Venti Kazuha, and there's nothing wrong with that. She's fine. She has great utility, just like them. Like her elemental burst can like absorb other elements. Her elemental skill also has crowd control, has multiple charges. They didn't need to give that move multiple charges, but they did anyway, and it's pretty good. Would I say it's like as good as Jingqiu Zhongling? I don't know. Maybe, because I think like the Sucrose function is on the level of these two, but I think no one else does what Zhongling does, and Jingqiu is only power crept by Yelan. Sucrose has a couple other characters you could choose instead of her, but she is still really good. I would definitely put her below these two. Would I put her in B, though? Probably. I don't think it's just outright as good as Zhongli Jingqiu, but there's a lot of very good function here. She's a very solid character. I put her above Barbara. I use Barbara more. I will say that. I do use Barbara more, but that's because Barbara's the only character in the game that can res, and I obviously have Venti Kazuha. So there's not really much reason for me to ever use Sucrose, but this is a good character. This is a solid B tier character. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Now we're getting into the base roster 5 stars. So Jean is very fun to play. Her charged attack, just keeping enemies just floating slowly as they come down. Like, being able to hold her elemental skill and just send people flying is all really fun. And her ult's good. I think I have Jean at C5 or C4 right now. I don't have her maxed. I know that for sure. There she is. Yeah, I have her at C5. I think I just whiffed and got another Jean on like one of the past like 3 or 4 banners or something like that. C6 isn't even that good. It's a defensive C6, you know? But like, this character is mostly a 5-star for fun. That's like a testament of like a lot of earlier 5 stars where they prioritize the fun factor over like the practical use, and there's nothing wrong with that because this character is very fun to play. But I don't think she's that crazy. I think she's almost directly comparable to Sucrose, but I think Sucrose is just better because of Sucrose's crowd control aspect. Like, Jean's really good at like getting rid of enemies, but there's not much in this game you need to do that for, except maybe monolith challenges. Sucrose's ability to group people up is almost always what you'd prefer when picking between what these two characters do. Like, Jean also has, like, sort of dual functionality, because she can heal in, like, addition to being, like, decent DPS. She can also, like, increase attack speed. Just these fun little, like, niche things. I don't think it's practically as good as Barbara, or as Sucrose. I think it's better than Barbara. Just because healing, as much as I value healing, I still don't think healing is necessary. Healing has become less and less necessary as the game has gone on. And so much so that a lot of times now you can just make characters, like make teams that are just so powerful that you will almost never need a healer. And so I'm trying to still put a lot of heavy emphasis on healing, but you really don't have to, you know? So, but Jean can do that, which is pretty good. So I think that her having that dual functionality puts her above Barbara, even though Barbara's healing is just better, even though Barbara is like the only character that can res people still to this day. I would still pick Jean more often than Barbara, probably. I think I remember one of my first successful runs of being able to do floor 12 Spiral Abyss was thanks to a Jean and Jean ult. So that's pretty cool, but I think she is just like a B tier character. Yeah. Diluc. My, how the mighty have fallen. I had this character. When MiHoYo gave us like the free 10x, like that first week or two, for the very beginning of the game, I was like adventure rank 10 or something. And I just casually, like, I'm like, oh, a 10x, I'll use that. I just casually did a 10x. And I still have this clip on my PS4. Maybe I should upload it to YouTube at some point. And, like, I was in a party with my friends, with one of my friends. It was his birthday, and he'd spent $500 on the default banner trying to get to Luke because it was, like, week 1, and we didn't really know how it worked yet, and we didn't understand that you just had, like, a better chance to do it by rolling on the Venti banner. But anyway, I just casually did 10x. Sure enough, saw gold, got to Luke. My man freaked out so much he threw his mic. And Diluc was really good. Diluc was the best character in the game, like, at least for straight DPS. Like, you could say Venti crowd control was better, but at the time, Diluc was just, like, so unmatched. Diluc's freaking flavor text. Look at my man Diluc's flavor text. Where is he at? The tycoon of a winery empire in Mondstadt. Unmatched in every possible way. And he really was. He really was unmatched in every possible way. I don't have him C6 yet. I am still to this day looking forward to getting a C6 because it looks so much fun. But right now I have him at C4, which is okay. And, like, again, like, Diluc, even though he was falling off overall, Diluc, like, there wasn't someone who did fire DPS better than Diluc until Arlecchino. That's a long time. That is a long time that Diluc was relevant. But now, it's so sad that he's fallen off. It's really so sad. I think he is a B tier character in this day and age, which is, it's so depressing. He used to be literally here. He used to literally be here. And he's just not. One of, if not the biggest victims of power creep. Bro used to be unmatched in every possible way. I don't want to put him in B, because there's still so many times where I, like, need a primary DPS, especially on, like, Spiral Abyss, right? Because, like, I don't play Mabuika as a primary DPS, I play her as more of a support. where I just throw up her elemental skill and then tag out into other Natlan characters. So there's still a lot of times where, like, if Arlecchino's on one team and there's like a floor that gives a bonus to pyro damage, I will still put like Diluc on the other team as like the best second head of the team that needs a pyro DPS. But it's getting to a point where I don't even pick him in Imaginarium Theater because there's just better pyro characters. Just overall, if you just need the elements for like the Imaginarium Theater boons and whatnot. I want to put some respect on him. I want to put him at the bottom of A. Like, realistically, he's not really an A tier character anymore. He's more like akin to being at the top of B, because he's still really good. He's still a good effing character, but not only has he been power crept in terms of the cast, right? But like when the game first came out, like everything that you needed to do, he was so good at. But nowadays there's so many things that Diluc just doesn't do all that well. When they added more enemies to the game, they added more challenges to the game, and like enemies have also just become more and more difficult to defeat. Some of that is owing to how some enemies are just immune to pyro, how the most recent like weekly boss, the dragon, is like a pyro thing, and how Signora was also like pyro in her final phase. So there was like a lot of fights that Diluc wasn't that good for. But for the legacy, and he still does really good. I don't want to put him at the top of B. Maybe I'll be forced to when we get later down the line. But I want to put him at bottom of A. I want to respect my mans. This character has done more for me than any other character in the game. I had him so early. I've had him since like the very, very beginning. When did I get Diluc? When did I get Diluc? Let's take a look. It tells you in the character archive. So I started the game like 9/28 is when I got Amber. It's when you like start the game. I got Diluc 2 days later when they gave us that free 10x. This was definitely not pity. I got him so early. I've had this man since day 3 on the game. What a legend. Like, what a legend, bro. What a legend. I'm not bumping him down to B just yet. Chi-Chi. The classic destroyer of hope, as they were. Chi-Chi's gotten such a bad rep because she's basically just Barbara, but debatably worse. Because like Barbara's a dedicated healer, and like Chi-Chi has some like different ways she can heal. She can put like those things on the enemies, and if you attack an enemy that has a thing like that on it, then they get healing. But her elemental skill functions just like Barbara's, and her ult doesn't even heal the whole team. So, like, in terms of like a strict healer, you could say she's worse than Barbara. And that's sad, because Chi-Chi doesn't really have dual functionality in the same way that Jean does. I also have Chi-Chi at C5, like I mentioned. Let me just make sure that that's actually true. I don't want to... I'm pretty sure I have her. Yeah, I have her at C5, which means I'm not able to res people with Chi-Chi's ult like Barbara can. If I did have Chi-Chi at C6, I would think that that's like a really great boon for her. I think that that's really important. I am actually kind of looking forward to getting that C6, because I still pick Chi-Chi sometimes, and that C6 would be really great to have. But as it stands right now, I don't have it. And so the only reason to ever pick Chi-Chi is because if you want a like a healer that's also cryo, and I would pick her over like a Diona almost 10 times, like 9 times out of 10, let's be real. So she does at least have that going for her. But it's just, you know, she doesn't do much. She's a 5-star too. Should I rank her lower because she's a 5-star? I don't think I should. I don't think I should like rank her extra low just because she's a 5-star and she like is worse than most 4-stars. It's like the healing is, it's fine. I guess you can apply cryo with her elemental skill. Barbara's doesn't really apply hydro to anyone but you. Maybe that's a boon that Chi-Chi has over her. But Chi-Chi's not better than Barbara. She's just not. I still pick her. I don't really pick anyone in D tier for like anything. So I think she should at least be in C. Like, should I pick her more than like Ningguang? I pick her more than like Animo Mi. I do pick her more than Kaya. It's just because like I value healing so much though. Like, is she really a better character than Kaya? Is she really a better character than Animo Twin? I don't think so. I think she might like serve a better function as like the superior cryo healer to Diona, to like be ranked above Ningguang. But that's probably the most allowances I could give her. That's probably the most allowances I could give her. Mona, a lot of people really like this character. They do like crazy super high DPS things with her ult. I think this character is very much overrated. I never really got this character to work for me like everyone else could. Maybe it's just my build. I will show you all my my Mona build just so that you know. I do have her at C6, which you would think would help. I don't have her artifacts leveled up. This might not even be correct. These might not even be the correct artifacts. I do have her like a pretty dang good Favodius Codex, an R5 one. And her talents are the standard like 677. But it's 61010 because of constellations. But Mona just doesn't do much for me. Like, her elemental skill's a taunt. Like, her burst does crowd control and can give some extra damage. But I don't know. Like, I don't even have much to say. This is another C tier character. She's going in between. Yes, I think Kaya's better. I think that having like Kaya's ult is just like better because Mona's ult it like does one big burst of damage, but with Kaya you get like continuous damage, continuous elemental reactions. I think having Kaya is I would rather have Kaya than Mona, generally speaking. I need to turn this fan on. It's freaking hot in here. Like I'm trying to think of like more to say about Mona, but I just never took to this character. She was the last default banner 5-star that I got, so I did get her pretty late. It took me a while to get Mona. I remember actually the first child banner that came out, I remember spending like $100 hoping to whiff and get Jean. That's like a 10% chance I spent $100 on. And it happened. That's another clip I have saved on PS4. I should upload that to YouTube as well sometime. But Mona eluded me for so long. Like, when did I get Mona? The game keeps track of all this, thankfully. When did I get Mona? I got Mona pretty late. I didn't get her until April of, like, the year after the game came out. That's, like, 7 months. Like, compared to everyone else, like, all the other default banner characters I got in 2020, Mona eluded me for so long. And by the time that, like, I got Mona, like, on the Tartaglia banner rerun, or something like that. Yeah, it was, like, after Hu Tao. It was, like, between Hu Tao and Eula, I got Mona. And at that point, I already had Child, which was just, like, so much, like, more fun, and just a better Hydro DPS. Because, like, I'm not gonna play, like, Mona or Child over Xingqiu for support, right? So, I never found much reason to ever use Mona. So I think she's gonna stay there. I think she's gonna stay in C. I wanted her so bad too. I remember saying, like, all those times I was whiffing. I was getting so many dang Kachings. I might have had C6 Kaching before I got a Mona. I whiffed a lot in the early days. I whiffed a lot. That first year, I spent hundreds of dollars rolling. And then, like, once, like, after the Shogun's first banner, I didn't spend money again on anything but Battle Pass and Welkin Moon. Like, until just this past year. Like, once we got, like, to this point, like, one of these two, I'd spent so much money up through tier. I bought nothing but Welkin Moon and Battle Pass all the way until, what? Tainari, where I actually had to spend some money to get him. I whiffed so much that first year. I had such bad luck. I had to spend so much to keep getting every character. But we just still didn't get Mona until April. It was crazy. Kaching. Maybe I'm a bit biased. Because the first time I ever spent $100 on the game, I rolled on the default banner because I was an idiot, right? And I didn't know that the event banners were just the play. And I got 2 copies of Kaching. So I started out with this character at C1. Now, admittedly, this character's constellations are hot ass. Like, the Kaching constellations are some of the worst constellations in the game. They do almost nothing for her. The only one that matters is C6. That's the only constellation that does anything. And I've had, like, a lot of her constellations for a while. And they don't really help until C6. But this character is pretty fun. There's a lot of, like, primary Electro DPS at this point. You got Shogun, you got Sino. This character, I didn't even think about this character when I was talking about, like, reasons to just never play Razor. This is another, like, character. If you have Kaching, you're never going to play Razor again. And you get Kaching, it's pretty darn easy to get a Kaching. It's pretty darn easy. His character's pretty fun. He's pretty fun. Like, the fact that, like, she's super fast, her ult looks cool, it feels cool. There's nothing wrong with this kit. It's a decent kit. It's just that there's better options for it in this day and age. So this is another, like, solid character. It's like Sucrose in a lot of ways, where Sucrose is still really good at what she does. She's just, like, the worst. She's just the worst of them, but it's still a very important role. So it's still really solid. You still really like to have Sucrose on your team. And I think that Kaching also falls into this category. Kaching is one of the worst electro DPS, but unlike Razor, who's just like straight bad, it's still like if you have Kaching as your electro DPS, it's still really good. It's still solid. Is it as good as like Barbara? I don't think so, because Barbara is just so much better at what she does relatively than Kaching. So I think that I can't put her above Barbara. But she's still a decent character. She's still a decent character. Like if I had to play Kaching, I think I would be perfectly fine doing so. My sinuses are killing me. Give me a moment. I've got to do something about this, man. Oh man, I gotta keep this paper towel here. My sinuses are acting up or something, man. Holy crap. It's getting closer to allergy season. Venti. Venti's really good. I mean, like, really, really good. You would think that the first event 5-star ever would have fallen off at this point. He hasn't. He's absurd. I picked Venti so much for so many things. Bro, I mentioned this in my most recent Imaginarium Theater video. I just gave Venti a set of new artifacts. And, like, they're all level 0. And he's still broken. He's still so... The utility here, the crowd control, the fact that it, like, swirls with and, like, absorbs another element. Like, everything, like, his elemental skill gives him so much energy recharge back. Like, not bad damage either. This character is just... I think this is the best character I've ranked so far. This is an S tier. This is still, to this day, an S tier character. Like, there's not much else to even critique here. This character has been crazy since the game came out. Absolutely wild. Klee, on the other hand, oh, Klee. Klee's regarded as one of the worst 5-stars, and for good reason. This character, what? Okay, this character would be multiple tiers higher if her ult just didn't go away when you switched characters. Why does Klee's ult not stay when you switch characters? Like, why? There's no reason for that. Just like one of the slowest attack speeds in the game. You could make such good use of Klee's ult if you could just tag into someone else and have it still be up. But you can't. And for that reason, she is not very good. Like, top of D, I guess. Like Jumpy Dumpty's pretty good. Just by itself. The fact that you could, like, suck up the mines, the explosives with stuff like Sucrose's abilities and whatnot is pretty good. But, Klee, why'd you have to be so greedy? Why do you have to be on screen for your ult to work? Huh? Just why, man? Just why? And you know, the more I'm looking at this, the more Chongyun is an F tier character. Like, he's just, he just doesn't do enough to, like, stay in this tier. Like, all of these characters, like, do have, like, some specific things they can do that's, like, unique to them, that's, like, real cool. Chongyun is just, like, he's so bland, and the game gives you just such a better version of him. I'm bumping Chongyun down to F. Like, putting Klee in D tier makes me realize that a character like this that does basically nothing noteworthy, it's an F tier character. Diona, I just don't like to play Diona. Anytime I need a cryo healer, I just play Chi-Chi instead. Is Diona better than Chi-Chi? Maybe. There's a debate there. She gives a shield. She, like, puts down an AoE, which helps if you get enemies in it while you're healing as well. But when you're playing a support like this, her shield isn't very strong, and you need her ult to get her healing. So she does more than a character like Chi-Chi or like Noelle, but she doesn't really excel at either of them. But that could also just be a build thing. Like, maybe I'm not building Diona to excel at one thing or the other. And I don't think that necessarily because I always just pick Chi-Chi instead of Diona, that necessarily means that Chi-Chi is just better. No, there's a niche here. She can throw up her shield. She can heal. There's things that this character does. There are things that she does. I think she's another C tier character. Probably the bottom part of C. Because, like, the way I play this character, she could dip into D because I never pick her. But I think that's mostly just because of, like, how I play. There are reasons to pick this character. She's fine. Like, if you have to pick Diona, it's not the worst position to be in. You will be fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Child. Okay, so Child is the one character who, before I made this list, I said this character has been outright power corrupt. If you have Kamisata Ayato, why would you ever pick Child over him? Child is so much fun to play. But that elemental skill cooldown, bro, if you don't have this man at C6, and I don't, I have this man at C0, like with most of the event 5-star characters. You have like a 40-second cooldown at worst of his elemental skill, which is absolutely crazy. I think that he's comparable to the Kaching in a way. Like, if you want a Hydro DPS, there are much better options, but he's not bad. But I think that there are some things that sets Kaching apart from Raiden Shogun or from Sino. Like, in terms of her speed and whatnot, and the fact that her ult is not an install, but just straight DPS. There's some things that make her, like, stand out. I just think there's no reason to pick Child over Ayato. And for that reason, he's going to dip into C. He is going to dip into C. Because I think that there's still reasons to pick Kaching over, like, the other DPS. Like the Electro DPS. I don't think Child has that. He's still fine at what he does. He's still an average character. But in this day and age, there's better options, and he doesn't do enough to, like, keep up with, like, how the game has evolved, if that makes sense. Shinyan, I just call this character Pyrotechnics because I remember watching her trailer with my friends and she said Pyrotechnics and that was all we could focus on. We didn't even see what the freaking, what her name was. We just thought, oh, it's Pyrotechnics. This character's bad. This character is very, very bad. Like, what are you playing this character for? The Pyro Shield specifically? Noelle's shield is stronger. Now, admittedly, it doesn't have Pyro attached to it. But when you're using a shield, you're using that for defense, right? And Toma gives a much better Pyro Shield as well. And he also just has better supportive options than Shinyan. This character is very bad. I would rather play Beidou. I would rather have like the shield that you get from Beidou's ult. I think that is just strictly better. And Toma, like Toma's shield is so much better than this character's. It's not very good. If you don't have Toma, which is kind of crazy because he's a 4-star, but it's possible. If you don't have Toma, would you play Shinyan? I wouldn't. Like, if you want, like, a shield, you're going to be playing, like, a different character, like Noelle, maybe even Beidou or Diona. And if you want Pyro support, you got some of the best 4-stars in the game that can do that. What exactly are you going to try to play this character to do? She does so little, and she doesn't do any of it well. She's an F. She's an F tier character. Actually below Chongyun. Because, like, Chongyun is just so bland, right? But his moves, they like, do stuff, you know? This character's... This character doesn't do anything well. Would I rather have Razor? I might. This might actually be the worst character. This might actually be like worst character level. This character's very bad. I feel like even Amber does more. Like, the more I think about it, this character does nothing unique. Nothing well. Because, like, yeah, it's like Geo Traveler, like, oh, it's a twin variation, and it's like the least synergetic element in the game. Of course it's bad. But then you have a character like this. This character is very bad. This character is one of the worst characters. I think I'd rather even have Geo Traveler. At least his ult, like, is pretty good, or not pretty good, but at least you know, at least it does some damage, a little bit of damage. This character's awful. I recently gave her a like, what's it called? The serpent spine too. The Claymore from the Battle Pass. I recently gave Pyrotechnics a Claymore from the Battle Pass. And I'm like, I'll try it out. It hasn't helped. It hasn't helped. Zhongli, I mean, to this day, you need a shield, go to Zhongli. This man is still the best at what he does. Still, this is an S tier character. Anytime you need a shield, he's got your back. It takes forever for them to break it. Admittedly, he doesn't do much else. His ult is okay. It's nice to have, at least. You're not even really going to want to waste the time to use it if you're in Spiral Abyss. If you're in Spiral Abyss like and you're trying to just do it as fast as possible, it like wastes time to even press triangle to use Zhongli's ult. But if you need a shield, this is the character for it. He's the best at what he does. His shield never goes away. You will always be able to throw up another one before the shield gets broken. And against anything, this character in a lot of ways makes the game easy mode. This character is broken. Admittedly, it is like the defensive spectrum instead of the offense, which is why I think he goes below characters like Venti Fischl. But this character remains the best at what he does to this day. I think they did a really good job of making sure that the gods are freaking broken and like became somehow immune to power creep even after all these years. They did pretty good with that. Albedo is an interesting character. I remember how much fun this character was to play the first time I did his trial on his first banner, and I actually was going to skip him. This was going to be, like, I skipped Child, right? This was back when I skipped characters. I don't do that anymore. I don't skip any new character now. But I was going to skip Albedo, and my friend was like, nah, here's $50. Go get Albedo, and so I did. I got Albedo with the $50. And he was just not as fun to use as he was in the trial for a very long time. For a very long time. I do like how his elemental skill has almost no cooldown. And his elemental burst is pretty darn good. It does pretty good damage. At this point in time, this was the best Geo DPS. He paired real well with Ningguang, and there wasn't a better one, I don't think, until Ito. Albedo wasn't super remarkable or anything, but what he did was very interesting, very fun, and at the time it was new and fresh. And he also had like the added bonus of that that sort of field utility. We haven't really talked about this. Like Venti has this too, where he can like elevate you in the field to help with exploration and crap. I don't really consider that when I'm ranking them, but it's good to note, you know? So this character is pretty interesting. He has like very cool utility, where he has like this off-field like Geo support. You can put down his flower and it'll just do some Geo AoE, and like I said, it has no cooldown. So if you want to use Albedo more actively, you can, because that's only like a 4-second cooldown to throw that out again and be like more of an active Geo DPS. This character functions in a very unique way, and I think that it's hard to find a team he works in, but when you do, he works really well. I think he's an A tier character. His utility is lower than that of Zhongling or Jingqiu, but what he does real well. I think that he still feels pretty darn unique to play to this day. I still feel fun whenever I bust out the Albedo. I don't do it much. I should do it more. This character's a lot of fun. It took him a long time to become fun, though. You really have to invest in this character to get the same results that I was getting when I first tried him out in the trial. They got me with that trial. They made me want to roll for him. It was like the second most fun character in the game, or at least he seemed to be, after Child. Because at the time, Child Water Dagger spam was just so much fun. And we were talking about this at the time Albedo came out, Child would be an S tier character, but unfortunately he no longer is. Albedo has stayed relevant much better than Child IMO. Ganyu broke. This is still my main. This is one of the few 5-star characters I have a constellation for. I have her at C1. She has an Amasbo. It's not the only anymore, but it is a 5-star weapon that I do have on her. It has her refine. This character, she's so easy to play. You just aim and shoot, which means that you don't have to really worry about any cooldowns for her core gameplay loop. You can stay on Ganyu for forever and keep dishing out the DPS. Her ult, like, just throw up her ult when she gets it, bro. Like, it's like 30k, 70k, 30k, 70k, over and over and over and over and over again. This character, I feel, was the best character in the game until Chaska came out, and Chaska, like, functions different. And also, Chaska has the very unique ability of being able to use, like elements that aren't her own. She can do other elements. In terms of the character that is just the best when locked to their own element, which is literally everyone but Chaska, this is the best character. This goes in best character tier. Ganyu is absurdly good. I understand, probably partially helped by the bow. I do have her at C1, which also helps. But in my experience, this character is just so good. She's just so good. She's gonna stay up there. 100%. Xiao, Ice, okay. I'm probably gonna rank Xiao lower than most people. I skipped Xiao's first banner. And when I eventually got him... When did I get Xiao? When did I get Xiao? I got Xiao on 2022, January 2022, which means I already had Kazuha. That's not going to help his case. Yeah, I'm right here. I got him when I got Shinha. So I already had Kazuha. I already had Venti. Now, admittedly, those don't fill the same role, because Kazuha, Venti are sort of like these support characters who are supposed to do like crowd control. There wasn't really a straight up Animo DPS up to that point, unless you count Jean. And there wasn't like another one again until Uinoa or Scaramucci. So at the time, I did, even though I skipped Xiao because I wasn't really the biggest fan of him. He did fill a unique role for a while. And even now, he's pretty darn fun. He's the only character that, like, really takes advantage of plunging attacks like that. And he's just decent, solid Animo DPS. That's basically all there is to it. Because, like, Chaska functions in such a unique manner, so she's not really comparable. So I think the only character that is pretty comparable to Xiao is Scaramucci. And because, for that reason, because there's not many characters that do what Xiao does, he is going to rank higher than I feel like he should be ranked, but still probably lower than other people rank him. Because I don't feel like he's as good of a DPS as, like, I don't know. Maybe at this point he was the best DPS, except for maybe Child. But I didn't get him at that point. I didn't get him until January. And, like, this is another thing where a lot of people's experience with the game is going to be completely different depending on at what points they got characters in relation to other characters. I got Xiao pretty late. And fortunately, Scaramucci was not out yet. I should probably stop talking about the past, bro. We should probably just rank him on, like, his modern standing. Like, how good is he right now? He's above C tier. He's still pretty darn good. When you just pair him with someone like Kokomi, and you just, like, throw up healing, and, like, maybe throw up, like, official bird or something, and then just switch to switch to Xiao, then ult, and then just spam plunging attacks. It's pretty good. He's pretty good. Like, I think he's better than Albedo's niche. It's way easier to fit Xiao on a team, and the results are so much more obvious. Does he help more than these two? Probably not. But he's pretty darn good. He's an A tier DPS. Maybe this is where most people would put him. I don't think most people would put him in S. Maybe I have a higher opinion of Zhao than I thought. I just don't play him very much. Potentially owing to the fact that I was pretty late in getting him. Huh. That looks good, though. I like his placement there. I need more water. I will be back. Okay. Alright. Who's next? Hu Tao? Okay. This is the most overrated character in the game. People were saying Hu Tao was up here or up here. I never thought Hu Tao was that good. Hu Tao... Maybe this is why I think, like, Pyro just started falling off. I never thought Hu Tao was better than Diluc. Ever. I think that the fact that you have to keep her at low health for, like, well, to, like, take advantage of her, like, talent, right? The fact that her elemental skill is basically just, like, a form that puts her weapon on fire, which Diluc's ult does in addition to doing damage, and the fact that her ult heals her, even though you're supposed to play her in a way that, like, lowers her health, which I already don't really like, just leads to this character that doesn't even function that well inherently. I never liked Hu Tao. I never liked playing Hu Tao. I think the only reason to play Hu Tao in this day and age, and and I say this day and age because back then when I got her, I was so disappointed because I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna keep playing Diluc then. I think Diluc is just better. But in this day and age, the only reason to play Hu Tao is to have a Pyro character with a very fast attack rate. The only thing that I use Hu Tao for in the game now is that new Natlan boss, the Cryo Lady, that spawns a bunch of clones with cryo shields. I use Hu Tao whenever I'm fighting her because Hu Tao's normal attack rate, being able to, like, put Pyro on her normal attacks, is very fast and helps, like, get rid of those shields very quickly. But as far as I'm concerned, that's Hu Tao's only function. I thought Diluc was better than her back in the day, and today, like, we have Arlecchino. Enough said, right? So, Hu Tao, I mean, if you don't have those characters, then she is fine as a Pyro DPS. I don't think she functions very well. I really don't. I don't think she even gets to be I think Child is better than her, despite the fact that Child has been outright power crept. I'm going to put her in C. I'm going to put her between Child and Kaya. Like, I'm not going to say that she's not as good as Kaya, because that's just not true. I think Hu Tao right now, because Hu Tao has that one niche against that one boss, this is the line of characters that I actually use for things compared to characters that I just don't use. And most of C tier I don't use because I have other characters. I use Chi-Chi for things. I do use Chi-Chi for things. So maybe I should put Chi-Chi more up here. Maybe I should do that. She's able to get some cryo reactions while healing. Because her elemental skill is also kind of what Kaya's ult does, you know? And if you use a sacrificial sword on her, then you just don't need to get energy recharge with Kaya. And she heals while doing it. I mean, my Kaya heals too, because unlike my Amber and my Lisa, I did actually get Kaya at C6. Yeah. Yeah, this looks better. This looks better. Yeah. So now this is the line. This is the line of characters that I do use for things. Like Mona and below, I don't use for anything. Except these two. I do want to clarify, I am still working on these two. I'm just putting them here because I don't know where they would rank presently. They would definitely be above this tier. I can tell you that right now. Even unfinished, they're above this tier. So that's why I put this here. Just out of curiosity, Yume Mizuki is pretty good. He's probably like a B tier character. Lan Yun, that's probably like a D or like bottom of C. She just attacks. She just attacks with Anemo. Anemo Traveler's Kit's better. Rosaria is one of the few characters that actually tries to do something with physical damage. I really like Rosaria. I respect the niche she has. I respect what her ult does. It's like they looked at Chang Yun and said, we should have made these moves actually do things, you know? And that's how Rosaria came into being. But as we all know, physical damage is booty cheeks. And using it as a strategy has just gotten worse and worse the longer the game goes on. Even if you play Eula. Even if you play Eula, it's still bad. That's like one of the reasons Eula's fallen off so much. But we're not talking about her just yet. I feel like her niche is pretty comparable to like Ningguang's. Like if you're trying to do like this like very specific thing, you could maybe fit her onto a team. But Ningguang's being, even though it's Geo, being related to an element is just better. And like Rosario has some help in this department because she has cryo attached to these moves. So it's not like bad. It's not like just strictly tied to like a physical strat, right? It's better than that. I don't think she dips into D. I'd rather have her than Klee. So I think she is C tier. I think she does more than Diona. Because Diona has a couple niches. Diona's also cryo. But how much does Diona really help, you know? I guess she has a shield and a healing field? I guess I'm not really familiar with what you want to do with Rosaria. I just know about like the physical thing. She does cryo things. It's probably somewhere latter half of C. Does that look good? I think that looks good. Because the cryo is sort of like a secondary aspect to what is ultimately maybe a physical strat. Whereas, like, even though it's not as good of an element as Geo, Ningguang's function is much more defined, if that makes sense. So I think leaving Rosaria there is fine. Yanfei is cool, I guess. This is just Pyro. She just, like, presses skill and burst, does big boom. Her physical attacks or normal attacks just throw fireballs. It's so basic. It's so basic. I think that it's better than Klee. I mean, there's nothing wrong with just fire go boom, right? There's nothing really wrong with that. You would just think that there would be something more there, you know? Like, Yanfei's a smart woman. I don't know. I don't know, bro. Animo Traveler? Is she better than Animo Traveler? She's not as good as Kaya, right? No way. I don't think she's as good as Animo Traveler. She's just fire go boom. She is just fire go boom. Yeah. It's just more average. It's just more average. Eula has, like I just mentioned, has only gotten worse the longer the game has gone on, because physical just isn't a good strat. Now, admittedly though, when she came out, her damage potential, like just for physical damage, was good enough to be up here or maybe even up here. When I do have Eula at C1, and when Eula first came out, I thought she was really, really good. And she paired so well on a team with Ganyu because, like, we could take advantage of, like, the double cryo, get extra crit, and it just paired with so well. It's like you get that crit bonus even though you're, like, doing physical things. It was just really good, and it's just fallen off. Like, this is like a Deluxe situation, debatably even more so. Eula's just fallen off more and more and more as the game has gone on. Like, and now, like, she went from a character who was literally on my main team. Like, whenever I was doing anything serious, I would always bring Eula. And she has gone from a character like that, who is literally neck and neck with Ganyu, to a character who nowadays, I struggle to find a niche for. Like, what do you need physical for? Her, like, attack speed is also so bad, which was a lot more acceptable at the time. But nowadays, I guess that's one of the reasons people may have liked Tu Tao a lot, is of her attack speed. I really don't want to put her in C. I really don't. Like I honored Diluc and like everything that he was for me for a very long time by putting him at the tail end of A. I think I might do that for Eula as well. She could still do like some really strong standalone damage. She's just slower and physical just sucks. She is the only physical in the game though. Theoretically, if you needed someone to do physical, Eula is the character for it. But you just don't need that. She is the best at what she does, which isn't something you really need to do. I guess you can compare that to someone like Child, who has just been outright power crept, and say, I'd rather have an Ula. I think I might put her at the tail end of B. She's done so much for me. She just doesn't do much anymore. Yeah. And I think it's more appropriate to put Hu Tao above Child. Yeah. This looks good. Man, Eula really could dip into C. She really could. But she was so good for so long. So even though I feel like she's fallen off more than any other character in the game, I still want to give her that respectful B. Kazuha's broken, though. People are saying if Twin did not exist, this would be the main character. He's got the power for it, that's for sure. This character's just broken. This is an S tier character. He has crowd control, crazy elemental reactions, like crazy. Like you touch an element, with this character, you get elemental reactions with him. Better than Bennett. Better than Zhongli. Is he better than Fischl? Yeah. Like, is he better or worse than Venti? It depends on what you're fighting. These are like interchangeable. These characters are very comparable. They do basically the same thing. They're both so dang good. I think I am going to put him above Venti just because his elemental skill is better. Venti's elemental burst, I think, is better. But Kazuha also does a really good job and has a really big range. You could interchange these two. You definitely could, but Kazuha's just broken. Like, debatably one of the best characters, but I don't think I could put him up there because him and Venti are so interchangeable, and I don't want to put them both up there. So, to no one's surprise, Kazuha's an S. Electro Traveler is pretty bad. For a long time, like this being the long time, Genjiro Traveler got better in most people's opinions. Anemo Traveler, Anemo Twin, was just the best one. Electro felt like a worse Beidou, and Beidou was already not that good. Like, this elemental skill also had like 14 seconds of cooldown. A ridiculous amount of cooldown for it doing so little. Like, the elemental burst was an electro shield, which is pretty cool. But I don't think it was good as Beidou's. And even if you don't counter something with Beidou's elemental skill, I still feel like it was just better. This was a character that's been in the game since launch. This was like a new, more powerful version of the Twin. It should have been so much better than it was. This is a bad form. If it wasn't for this, it would probably be the Twin's worst form to date. It's kind of F tier. Kind of is. Like I try to compare it, but I'm like, the Electro Shield's not bad, you know? But, like, Beidou's ult is a version of it that's just better. And she's already a character that I would basically never use for anything. Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking at it and I'm like, is this correct? It's pretty correct. Ayaka's pretty good. Was she better than Ganyu? Hell no. But she was pretty good. Just a good, solid Cryo DPS. Cryo, I feel, was slowly, after how amazing Pyro was at the beginning of the game, Cryo was slowly becoming the best element. I mean, yeah, Venti, Kazuha are up here. But Ganyu was the best character. Ayako was pretty good. I mean, Shinho was also, like, not bad. Eula was amazing at the time. And Cryo just got better and better as the game went on. Nowadays, I think it's, like, up in the air. It's, like, Anemo or Cryo, which I don't think is a very good comparison because they're both so different. But Cryo just stonks, you know? Ayako was a great example of that. She was such a great DPS. She wasn't as good as Ganyu, but she served a very different function than Ganyu. She did really high damage. Her skill was cool. She had like the Mona water walk thing, but on like what I thought was a much better character. Her ult was super powerful. This is just a really solid DPS all around. At least A. At least. I don't think... Uh-oh. There we go. I don't think she's an S, because these characters are just all undebatably broken. Right? Like, in their respective aspects, right? And, like, these are just good utility. But you could throw Ayaka on almost any team and she'd be good, because of just how strong she was. You just pair her with some good supports of different elements and you have a good team. I think that a good DPS should always be better than a good support, because the good support sort of relies on the DPS more, but a good DPS can function just so well on their own. And, like, you could switch these three around depending on how you feel about that topic, but because, like, I think that you could throw Ayaka on so many teams and she was so good. And she was so good. You could say that, like, Zhongling, Jingqiu had more longevity, but because they haven't lost any relevance. You could argue Ayaka has gotten a little power crept. Could you? Not really, actually. Never mind. Never mind. I don't think Ayaka's gotten power crept. Still a great DPS. Cryo is a great element. You could just throw her on a team with any good support, you got a good team. You could say the same about these two in a way. Like, if you just gotta have, like, a good DPS, and, like, the supports are good. Not even, like, a good DPS. You could just have, like, a different DPS of a different element, throw these two on it. But like I said, because a DPS can function so much better on her own, I think that she is worth putting her above these two. Even though I think these two are just more relevant, just because the number of supports is lower in the modern day than the number of main DPS. But that doesn't make Ayaka any worse of a character, just because there's other options of, like, different elements that also do main DPS. Sayu is one of those characters where I'm like, who plays Sayu a whole lot? Like, she's an Anemo healer. It's about all there is to it. I already had Jean. So I would probably never play this character. Elemental skills, whatever. It's mostly for exploration, which is fun, but practically speaking, not very that good. It's not very good. Bottom of C? Diona's better. Diona, like, not only heals, but also gives shields. This might be a D tier character. There's not much reason to use Sayu, is there? Like, even, like, I think even Klee's better. Because, like, the Jumpty Dumpty mines, like, have that sort of offense, potentially support utility, especially with, like, animal characters like Jean or Sucrose. Sayu literally just heals And throws out some animo damage sometimes. D. Yeah. I put her above Lisa because, like, her ult not only heals, but also, like, Swirl is a better elemental reaction to get from just throwing out, like, an ult like that than Lisa's, and also Lisa's doesn't heal. But, yeah. D. Definitely the D. Yoimiya, just Pyro continuing to fall off. For a 5-star, this character really didn't do that much. I liked her more than Hu Tao, but I think I like Hu Tao more in the long run, because Yoimiya is also elemental skill, just makes her normal attacks do fire. I don't think she attacks as fast as Hu Tao. I like her ult better than Hu Tao's, I can say that at least. But this character was functioned in terms of gameplay too similar to Hu Tao. And for coming out after her, I never found a practical function for Yoimiya. Like, I guess she's sort of comparable to, like, Mona in that way. How I just... But the thing is that Mona, part of that can be attributed to how, like, I didn't get her until she was late. And her ult still does, like, decent... Like that, like the big damage if you like are playing her to like specifically combo with like Bennett just for like your maximum damage videos or something like that. Yoimiya doesn't have those allowances, so she is below Mona. She's a C tier character. I never really found a good reason to use her over someone like Diluc or even Hu Tao. Aloy is awful. This is the worst character. I hate this character. I hate this character so much. I hate that this is the only character, the only crossover character that Genshin's ever gotten. She's bad. Her elemental skill has, like, twice the cooldown it should. She's not likable. She has no plot in the story. There's no, like, side quest that explains why she would even be in this world. I guess that's, like, not a part of this tier list. She's just bad. There's no reason to use this character. Having the awful, like, Jinyun Fire Shield is better than anything this character does. Super, super bad. Super bad. This is the worst character. This isn't just worst character tier. This is the worst character. Like, worst twin variation, worst Genshin character, but the worst character. It's Aloy. It's Aloy. I need to use the bathroom. Whew. Kujo Sara. Very memorable for me, because like I said, Shogun was the last time I spent a lot of money on this game between her and Tainari. In between here, I didn't need to spend money at all. Aside from Welcome Moon Battle Pass, but whatever. Sara, I remember, as a character who I got to C6 trying to get one Shogun. Not exactly the most uncommon thing, but still, F. And I was expecting her to be so much more useful than she turned out to be. This character does nothing. This character does nothing. I think this character is really bad. Like, really, really bad. Worse than Electro Traveler. She was supposed to, like, have this kit that, like, supports other Electro characters, which is already difficult because that means, like, just by picking this character, you're dedicating half your team to Electro, which isn't, like, the worst, like, 2-element team-up thing. But it was mainly to support, like, another character of the same element, which isn't something I ever wanted to do. Like, she's better than Amber, better than Razor. She better than Xiangyun? I guess. Maybe. At least Xiangyun doesn't only support just one very specific kind of strategy. At least you could throw him on any team, technically. Just have that, like, ice attacks you can just throw out. Like, I'm just saying, how useful is, like, Sara's ult compared to Xiangyun's whole kit? You know? I think I'd rather have Xiangyun. Sara doesn't do anything. Yeah. Yeah, I can't put her above Xiangyun. I can't. But the Shogun, on the other hand, is freaking broken. This is a main DPS that also has, like, support capabilities randomly tied into her elemental skill that she didn't even need to be good, but she had it anyway. She also has, like, a crazy good elemental burst as a, like, primary electro DPS, like an install sort of thing. Not only is she better than Keqing, she also functions so differently. And in my opinion, her energy recharge has been so crazy good. You will always get her ult back before the cooldown's over as well. This character is really, really, really good. This is the best DPS that we've ranked so far, besides Ganyu. And Electro hasn't been the most consistent element with character quality up to this point. So, they definitely have kept the Archon streak alive. They're all really dang good. They're all really dang good. Kokomi is also really dang good. And I think this is, like, the peak of me saying that healing is inherently pretty good. I love Kokomi's kit. I love, like, her install that her ult is. I love how she encourages just more straight up damage, and the fact that she basically can't crit. Like, her elemental skill is, to this day, her elemental skill is, like, the best form of healing in the game. I think she's really good. I put Kokomi on so many teams. There are so, like, Kokomi's on my main team right now. Whenever I'm leveling up new characters' friendship, I always have, like, usually there's, like, 2 characters who I'm just leveling up friendship with, and then the other 2 are either Ganyu or Chaska and Kokomi, or maybe Farina. And, like, Farina does more DPS, yeah, but Kokomi can do DPS while also healing. She doesn't have to, like, choose between them. She could also be getting you Hydro Elemental reactions while giving you the best healing in the game. I think she's really good. Like, I think that her utility is super, super, super good. I think she's an S tier character. I think that she's better than the Shogun because the Shogun is like just straight DPS. I guess Shogun also has support capabilities. Yeah. Maybe I'm capping saying she's better than Shogun in terms of utility. So maybe Shogun is better. But she's the best healer. She is the best healer. Anytime you need healing, you pick her, and you're also getting, like, hydro elemental reactions while it's happening. This character will also never die. You can tag into her and use her ult to, like, heal up your whole team, and it's also not bad damage. Even if you have, like, the 3-star Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers on her, which you should, because of, like, the role that she fills. Unless you have a 5-star weapon, in which case you use that, of course. But like Shogun's a great DPS. She has great support capabilities in addition to being a primary DPS. But not only does, like, Kokomi have, like, those support capabilities, in addition, like, in terms of, like, elemental reactions, having that Hydra on the field in addition to being a healer, she also is the best healer in the game. She has so much sustain. She can, like, heal the team from off field if she needs to. If you're trying to, like, level up friendship characters, this character will never die. She's good in Spiral Abyss. She's good in Imaginarium Theater. I mean, Shogun's good in both of those too, right? But this character is obscenely good. What a back-to-back banners. How amazing this era was right here. I couldn't say she's better than these two, though. So she doesn't get into best character. She might be best girl, though. Kokomi makes pretty dang good waifu. Toma is what Pyrotechnics wishes she could be. The support capabilities, like the superior version of the fire shield, coupled with, like, you getting a lot more pyro elemental reactions than Pyrotechnics ever could. His character is just good, solid utility. I don't use him much, but that is mostly because I am just, like, not been able to, like, dedicate time into, like, leveling up his stuff as much as I have been, like, for whoever the most recent 5-star was, or, like, swapping out artifacts for someone like Venti or something like that. Toma is probably the best character that I use the least. I would like to use Toma more. I think that his utility is pretty good and should probably be either right above or below Mona as, like, the indicator of characters that I just don't really have much use for versus characters that I do. Because, like, I don't have much use for Toma, but I feel like I should have use for Toma. Like, I've used him a lot. I just haven't really invested in him. I haven't put, like, much time into thought of how can I make this character work as well as he could. Things like that. I'll put him below Mona because Mona does have, like the big damage utility of with her ult. But Toma's just a real good solid kit all around. Just a decent character, you know? You know? Dog Breath, on the other hand, is also a character I don't use very much. Again, he's not bad. He has, like, this very unique, like, support role for Geo. I've used him a few times. It's never anything crazy. I think Toma's support kit is just better. Funny how these two are back-to-back like that. I feel like Dog Breath support is just better than, like, what Kaya gives you with his ult. Yeah, that's a good spot for him. Like these are just, like, good minor support utility characters that don't give, like, crazy broken support like someone like Fischl or like Zhongling Jingqiu. He's just fine. There's nothing wrong with using Goro. There is nothing wrong with it. I just think that there's better options, you know? Like, if I need a support, I think what Goro does is too generalized, not specialized enough. And there's always going to be someone who does what I want that character to do better than Goro. Arataki numero uno Ito is not going to be numero uno on this list, but he's still pretty good. This is one of those characters. He had an install like Shogun, but Ito's is not as good, obviously. He has like an elemental skill that does damage and also leaves behind that bull that literally does nothing unless you have Chiori. He does pretty dang good damage. It's unfortunate that it's Geo, which I guess is one of the reasons why the damage can get as high as it does. It almost feels like a slightly better version of Eula, because it's kind of like what Eula does, but even though Geo isn't very good, again, it has an element on it. He has Geo, like, on his, like, ult attacks. So you can get some pretty decent, like, real solid damage here. He's better than Eula. He's a B tier character. He's like a real decent DPS. But he's nothing crazy like Diluc ever was. I will say he's better than Diluc now. Like, now, comparing Diluc to Ito, Ito is better. So maybe this is the point where I have to, like, bump Diluc down to B. Is he better than Keqing? Maybe. I mean, Keqing being Electro is strictly better. It's harder to fit Ito on a team than Keqing. I feel like Keqing, there's better options than Keqing, though. Like, Ito is better at what he does. Is Ito better than Barbara? Maybe. Maybe. I feel like Ito's better than Jean for sure. So maybe I should swap Jean and Keqing. Because the main thing that's getting me here is Ito is strictly better than Diluc. So, as much as I want to put Diluc up here to respect all that he used to be, I think I have to bump him down. Ito is better than Diluc. Like, even if you put a 5-star weapon on Diluc, I think Ito's just better. Like, if you put both of these characters with the Serpent Spine, Ito's gonna, like, do better than Diluc. Sucrose, then Barbara, that looks good. Jean. Keqing. I want to rearrange these three, maybe. I think that looks good. I think that looks good for B tier for now. Sorry, Diluc, I tried. But Ito is not an A tier character, but he is better than you. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Yunjin, I only recently got this character a good weapon. I think she's like... It's sad because I really love this character. I really love her design. I really love the aesthetic. Like the whole Chinese opera thing. It's so unique. But I also feel like I'd rather have Dog Breath most of the time. Her ult is better, yeah, but her elemental skill isn't. And that's a big deal for like a support character. Probably below Kaya. maybe... No, she's better than Animo Twin. She is better than Animo Twin. Yeah. Yeah, that looks about right. I want her to be better than Goro. Like, when we get to the next tier list, which we may or may not do today, because this has already been 2.5 hours. But she will definitely rank above Goro on the characters that I like tier list. Shinha is very interesting. I still haven't figured out how the developers intended for me to use her elemental skill. Because the charge version has just so much recovery. But the press version doesn't really do anything. I do have a 5-star weapon on Shinha. My Shinha is using the Dvalin Spear. From the default battle pass, and it does have a refine. So by all accounts, Shinha has some boons from what I've done with her that should help her get higher up on the list. But she's not gonna get higher up on the list because she doesn't really do much, even with the 5-star refined spear. Like, her alt's pretty good. Her alt is like AoE cryo, which is decent, and that can work like do some work for you. And it's not like her elemental skill does nothing if you hold it. It just has way too long cooldown, so it's like hard to get a lot of value out of Shinha when you put her on your team, I think. But she's fine. She's decent, you know? She's better than Eula, unfortunately. I think she's better than Jean, too. I don't want to put her above Barbara, because I feel like Barbara's just so easier to make work within her role than Shinha is. Like, Shinha, you're mostly playing her for her ult. Barbara has a lot more functionality. You could say that Jean's better than her for that reason, too. But I feel like that what you're getting out of Shinha's ult, though, is better than what you're collectively getting from Jean's kit. Which is why I think that she ranks above her. Yai Miku is pretty good. Like, we've already talked about how, like, Yai Miko and Fischl are interchangeable. And about how I think Fischl might actually just be better, as a matter of fact. Because Fischl, because Yai Miko's elemental skill takes longer to set up than Fischl's does. And, yes, you, just like Fischl, you do get Yai Miko's elemental skill back when you ult, and her ult is way better than Fischl's, but you also have to take the time to set it back up. So as a support, you don't want to be on the field for that long. You want to do what you're supposed to do and switch back into your main DPS. And it takes Yai Miko multiple seconds longer to set up her things than it does for Fischl. I do have a Miko Constellation, which it just gives her more energy recharge, like after she ults, which is fine. But I think that Fischl has kind of surpassed her. I kind of feel like Fischl has surpassed her. Like, I could put Miko anywhere from right below Fischl to right below Ayaka. Miko goes somewhere in there. She's really useful. But I think that as the game its speed has become more and more important, Fischl has become better at this role of setting up an Electro Totem or something like that than Miko has. Miko's a pretty dang good ult, though. I think I want to put her above Ayaka. I think it wouldn't be appropriate to put her in a tier below Fischl, because they are very comparable, and there is arguments for whether one is better than the other. I'm going to put her below Zhongli. I think right there looks good for her. She's really good. She's really good. Yeah. I'm confident. I'm confident with that placement. I am confident with that placement. Yeah. Ayato, like I said, is basically a strictly better version of Child. So he has to get above Child. Now, how high up does he go? Is he better than Hu Tao? Yes. Is he better than Eula? Yes. 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 He's one of those, like... This is another, like, good DPS, like Zhao. I think we're going to go ahead, bump him... Is he better than Ayato? Yes. I mean, just inherently from being Hydro. I think he's super comparable to Zhao because he's just, like, a really good DPS that who has, like, a Ganyu-like ult, which also gives him, like, support utility to have, like, the Hydro Elemental reactions going on when you need to switch into a support to, like, set other stuff up. His attack rate, thanks to his Elemental skill, is really good. It's better than Child's by a long shot. And the cooldown on it is significantly more reasonable. I think he is actually better than Zhao. I think this is the perfect spot for him. Like, I guess it's apt that he's really close to Ayaka. Do I think he's, like, better than, like, this support capability? I don't think so. I don't think he's that good of a DPS. He's pretty dang good. He's a solid A tier. But you can put, like, Xingqiu Zhongling on some of the best teams in the game. I don't think Ayato quite gets to that standard. I think you could, like, use Ayaka as your main DPS on some of the best teams in the game. But Cryo is just a much better element to have on main DPS compared to, like, support, because there's so many good Hydro supports that you could use, like Kokomi, Farina, like Xingqiu, Yelan, and you want a different element for, like, the main DPS. But for, like, Ayaka, like, Cryo is, like, such the strongest main DPS element, so it just all works out for Ayaka. She just becomes, like, the best. Even though I feel like Ayato's ult is better in a vacuum, but Ayaka's kit, element, everything just comes together so well for her to be at, like, the top of 8. But don't count Ayato out, though. His character is really good. His character is really good. Yelan, however, is broken. Yelan is the vastly superior version of Xingqiu. Her elemental skill is way better, has way less cooldown, gives her way more ult charge. I feel like you can spam Yelan's ult so frequently, and it's so dang good. It's so good. She goes right there. She goes right there. She's a better support than Fischl. She supports the main DPS so well. You could say that, like, because of, like, Fischl's role, like, it's possible she gets above her, but I don't think so. I think that, like, because Fischl works all the time, and Yelan's, like, technically only doing what she's supposed to be doing after you switch to the main DPS and start attacking. But Yelan is just so powerful. It's one of the best things you can do in the game, is use, like, Arlecchino plus Yelan. Shinobu is a pretty good character. She is a healer that also has just random electro DP, like, support, elemental mastery, like, elemental reactions that you're just getting just from using her as your healer. I feel like she does what, like, Chi-Chi is trying to do, but just way better. And electro is also just a better element to have on, like, support like that. Is she better than Barbara? That's the question, isn't it? It's either above or below Barbara. Maybe she gets above. Because, like, Barbara's healing's way better, right? But because you're using Shinobu for healing, you're also getting all of these elemental reactions you wouldn't have gotten otherwise. She just fits onto so many teams a lot better. She is, like, the electro healer. Unfortunately, Dory just didn't live up to the standard. Is she an A tier character? It might be. She wouldn't go any higher than this. This is the highest I could put her. I think I am content putting her there though. Like, yeah, her healing isn't the best, but it's everything that you want together. It's electro it's like electro healing for characters like Chaska. So you can get that like electro in there. It's also like if you're playing another character, like Ayato or something, then you're also getting electro reactions while they're near you, while also getting the healing. And her ult also isn't bad. It's just like another random spurt of damage you can just have and throw in there. Character's just great utility. Like a really well-designed kit. I don't know why she loses HP whenever you use her elemental skill. I don't know why that happens. But you're never going to keep Shinobu on the field for very long. So most of the time it's a non-factor. Most of the time it's a non-factor. So I think I'm content putting her in A. Just another one of those like really good supports. I don't think that it's like as powerful as these two. But it's really good. There's a lot of utilization you can use here. I don't really want to put her above Barbara just because Barbara's healing is so much better and you're mostly playing Shinobu as the electric healer. But the overall utility is just better. It all comes together for Shinobu. Kind of like how it does for Ayaka. A tier character. I'll be right back. I need to use the bathroom. Again. Hazel, I don't know why this character exists. This character almost never shows up in the plot, and his kit isn't very good. Did they make this character just so that they can have that, like... I need more water. Hold on. I need more water. Thank you, Key. Kaido Man, is that you? Is that you, Kaido Man? It's been forever since I've heard the too much damage. But, as I was saying, this character just doesn't need to exist. This character only exists to be like that mage who punches things. Functionally, he doesn't really work that well. He has an okay elemental burst, but it's not like an animal. It's not what you want from an animal elemental burst. It's not like Sucrose where it like groups them up. He's sort of like a main DPS, but he doesn't, like, that's not how it functions, you know? You have to charge his elemental skill most of the time, not all of the time. And I don't know, man. It's just not very good. Like, again, the elemental burst is okay, but that's the thing. It's just so okay. He goes there. At least the Noelle shield is much more of a clear, like, well-defined utility tool. I still, like, look at this man's kit and wonder what it's supposed to do ultimately. This is like one of the worst. This is like the lowest ranking Animo character so far, right? This Animo is just such a good element. It's such a good element. It does so much, generally speaking. But I looked like a character like Hazo's kid, and I'm like, what are you really supposed to be doing with this? I guess it's like a main DPS thing. It would not be one I would actively choose to use, though. Kale's pretty good. This was the introduction of Dendro. Man, we haven't ranked a Dendro character so far. That's crazy. And Dendro was really good when it first came out. And Kale was very easy to get your hands on. And was debatably even better than the 5-star Tighnari. Her elemental skill was kind of whack, yeah. But for a new element, having one of the first characters come out be a character whose burst did like AoE damage of that element was pretty dang good. And it's not like her skill, even though it was whack, was that bad either. It lasted a long time and applied the new elements, Dendro, to whoever it touched. And it's still a pretty good showing of the element even to this day. The Kale utility is decent. She's in B tier somewhere. She's definitely solid. Like, you told me I had to play Kale, I would not be upset. I would not be upset at all. Eula. Is she better than Eula? Yeah. Yeah. Is she better than Jean? Yeah. Like a AoE Dendro ult is better than an AoE Animal ult, even if the Animal ult heals. I feel like it's very comparable. Like, Shinha's another character you're playing mostly for her ult, but again, like, this is held back by it being on a cryo character, and you want, like, I've just always found you want cryo as your main DPS. Having support cryo doesn't really work with that much with how the game's evolved. I think Kale's Dendro ult is just better. I think I'm going to leave her there. He's pretty good. Like, you're ultimately playing her for that, like, for the Dendro elemental reactions. That AoE Dendro ult. It's not bad. I feel more comfortable having Barbara on my team. Macaulay's a solid character. Solid B tier. Tighnari's weird. Yeah, his elemental skill sort of ties into his, like, charged attacks, and it functions. Like, it's not bad. He does good damage. He does do good damage. This is, like, kind of a main DPS. This almost feels like you're supposed to play 2 main DPS with Tighnari and like switch between them for like when he's cooling down his elemental skill. Maybe not. Maybe if you have like supports like Miko that can take a while to set their things up, Tighnari can work on teams like that for like Hyper Bloom and whatnot. His ult is fine. He does high damage. He does high damage. He's pretty good by himself, and Dendro's a good element to have on a DPS. He doesn't do too much damage, but he does some damage. He does decent damage. Where did I put someone like that? Now this is a character that I don't think is better than Diluc, even with the like power creep. Like I think Ito does more. So it's another B tier. I might put him below Eula. The Dendro helps. I might leave him at the bottom of B. I think even with like Eula's focus on physical, she's just better, you know? I mean, like Tighnari's fine. Maybe it's part of it is because his kit is like Jingqiu's in that it's so bland. He's just like throw the elemental skill and then you shoot things. It doesn't like the flow pattern isn't like ridiculous like it is for Ganyu. Like flow pattern. Like what's the word I'm looking for? Combat loop? I think I have to leave him there. Like, I'm trying to find a reason to put him higher just because he was, like, the introductory Dendro DPS, but I keep thinking, like, back to modern times, and I'm like, would I really play Tighnari over, like, some of these other characters in this day and age? I don't think I would. I don't think I would. He could even go below Hu Tao. But, just on account of the fact that he does better damage than Hu Tao, my Tighnari does better damage than Hu Tao. And Dendro isn't an element that you like have as much access to as Pyro, at least after the release of Arlecchino. I think that I'm gonna leave him above her in B. Yeah, that's good. Dory's bad. This is another like just bad character. The fact that she can heal is fine. She gets random spurts of electro reactions, which is, again, fine. But this character has nothing she excels at. I'm picking Shinobu over Dory 10 times out of 10. Like, every time. Ever since I got this character max friendship, I don't think... I may have touched her again once. Just for the flavor. I'll put her above Beidou. Just because she can heal. And she like gives an electro shield just like Beidou does as well. So she has more utility than Beidou. She would never be above Noelle. Not in a million years. Could she be above Hazel? Nah. Candace is another character where I'm like, what? Like, what are you really supposed to be doing here? Like, this is a support character that doesn't really support that well. She can turn your attacks into Hydro, which we've learned from Bennett isn't something you really want to see. She's like a strictly defensive character. She has an elemental skill where she blocks. Which again goes back to the Beidou thing of You don't want to be doing that. Except I would say that Candace is even worse than Beidou because her ult doesn't give you as much support as Beidou's does. I really like Candace. I really do. But she's just not good. This might be an F. This is an F. You don't really even want to use her elemental skill like that. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what possible utility she might have. There's even an argument that Sour is better. I think she is. I think Sour is better. Because at least Sour gets that burst of damage when you use her elemental burst, you know? Like, Candace is like one of the weakest forms of support in the game. I don't want to put her there. I like Candace so much more than this. I think I have to, though. I think I have to. Sino. I've talked a lot about Sino this stream, and you may be surprised to hear that I don't really think he's that good. He's good, but he's not that good. He's not Shogun level. But he is better than Keqing, which means that he's at least B tier. He's better than Sucrose. Like, basically, you need some really specific supports to make Sino work, because when you ult with him, you're going to be spending a lot of time with him on the field. So you're really going to be needing probably some healing and like some other like support abilities that stay on the field for quite a while. So he kind of needs a specific team to take the most advantage out of him. But when you do, you get a lot of value. You get a lot of value. He's like one of these DPS. Like one of these DPS that I'm putting here in the middle of A. I'm currently in the middle right now of rebuilding my my Sino, actually. Like I have like the battle pass spear on him, which I haven't leveled up yet, and I have to check my notes. I don't remember if like this artifact set is what I'm gonna be keeping on him, but I have his talents decently leveled up. So when I get like a weapon like this spear leveled up, and when I make sure that like his artifacts are what they're supposed to be and level them up, I'm gonna get my Sino back to even better than what he used to be for me. And Sino was already pretty good before I started upgrading his tools. So I think this man has potential to get even higher than I'm going to place him. But for now, I'm going to place him here. I'm going to place him between Zhao and Ayato. He's just another one of these good, solid DPS. Just another, like, real good DPS, like one of the better DPS in the game. You got Sino, you can dish out some damage. Definitely solid A tier. Solid A tier. Nilou was unfortunately a disappointment. She's not bad, don't worry. She's not bad, but I was expecting this to be like an S tier character, and she was not. She never was. She's still gonna rank pretty high. She's still gonna rank B or A. But when I was seeing this character's kit, I was expecting her to be like up in here, and she just was not. Which is unfortunate. But Nilou is pretty good. She has a really good ult. I would like her to have been able to do more damage with her elemental skill than she ended up doing. Basically, once you figure out how to play her, you most of the time are going to be using like the version of her elemental skill that just puts up hydro around you so that you can get elemental reactions. So as much as I wanted this character to be on the field more, she more so turned into a bit of a support character. And her support's really good, and she can do really good damage with her ult, which, like, helps in her support capabilities. This is also a character that you invest a lot of HP into, so she never dies. I just wanted her DPS to be higher. I guess I just expected too much from her, because I think she is still an A-tier character. I don't know. When I saw this kid, I'm like, oh, this character's broken. And she wasn't broken. She was not broken. But she was pretty good. I'm going to put her down here at the tail end of A. Better than Albedo, worse than Shinobu. I think I'd rather have, like, just the Shinobu support than the Nilou. But Nilou's is still pretty good. She's still solid. It's just, I don't know. I was expecting this character to be better. She's already pretty dang good. Like, she's already top percent. I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe I expected too much from our dancer girl. Nahida's broken. They did a great job of continuing to make the Archons broken. Now, admittedly, her elemental burst surprisingly doesn't do all that much. But her elemental skill is broken. It's some of the best support in the game. It is some of the best support in the game. She goes there. She's better than Fischl. Having, like, Nahida making the enemies hold hands and then watching as they simply implode just by playing the rest of the characters and touching them with water or with electro. Like, it's an experience. This character makes Ruin Guards implode. He's pretty good. Layla, I like Layla's kit. I think this is a perfectly respectable kit. She has a better cryo shield than Diona. And even though she can't heal, I think that her ult, like, basically being like a 4-star version of Ganyu's ult, gives her much better utility than Diona. I like Layla. I've been trying to put Layla on more teams, and it's just hard because anytime I need cryo, it's just like Ganyu is just the GOAT, literally. And like I said, cryo is more of like a DPS element. Look at Ayaka. But I just really like Layla's kit. I feel like it's like better than Shinha's almost. Like, it's on a more appropriate character. Like, Shinha has this almost like support like ult, but it's on a character that seems like it's supposed to be DPS. Layla's ult fits her way more. I don't think she's as... Is she as good as Kale? Because, like, Kale it being on a Dendro character like the NAOE ult like that is kind of just better. I think them's the breaks. I think that just it being comparable to Shinha, but in a kit that has this shield and just feels like a more appropriate kit to put this AoE cryo effect on. I just feel like this is a good spot for Layla. I like Layla. I have been actively trying to use Layla more. This character is so charming. I know we're not doing the tier list on how much I like them yet. That's not going to happen today. It's been 3 hours and we still have a bunch of characters to get through. We'll do it another time. But I like Layla's kit. Farazan is okay. She does cool things with her elemental skill and like shooting these shots that like come in and do some like crowd control, and her ult does some like some AoE animal tracing things. It's cool. I don't know, man, though. I just feel like you could just pick Sucrose and just just use elemental skill instead, and it's just better. I don't know if there's anything really wrong with Farazan, though. This is not a character I ever use. This is not a character I ever use. Like, I'm looking, like, up here, and I'm like, is Farazan better than any of this? She's not. She's somewhere in C. This is a C tier character. Where in C, though? C is by far the biggest tier. This is where a lot of the average characters go. Does there look good? That might be good. That might be a good spot. It's just decent Animo utility. Better than Animo Traveler for sure. I think I am going to leave her there. I think Yoimiya just works better. But she does, like, have decent, like, utility and just how her elemental skill, how her elemental burst works. Rather have her than Dog Breath. Yeah, we're good. Scalamuche! I've talked about Scalamuche already. I've talked about how this character... There's not many straight-up Animo DPS. I don't think Chaska counts, because Chaska is just such a unique character. I think Zhao and Scalamuche, I'm going to call him Yuinoa. That's what I renamed him in my story. This is Yuinoa. I think Yuinoa is really good. This is another, like, just solid DPS. You know, just a good ult. Like, he can fly and just, like, throw decent damage worth of Animo just at opponents. Like, this character just chucks things at his opponents, and it just works. He does good damage. He's the guy you want on the field to be mashing normal attack. It's just, for a character that could, like, fly and have jet propulsion when he dashes in the air, you'd think it'd be a bit more, I don't know, complicated than, like, how his gameplay ended up being. So he's not really the most complex character to play. You kind of just, like, set up your support stuff, change to him, go into the air, mash normal attacks, ult when you can. But it's really good. Like, it's really good. This is another just good, solid DPS. Is he better than Ayato? I don't know. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Maybe he is. I do think he's better than Zhao. I think he's the best Animo DPS that isn't Chaska, because Chaska can use all the elements. Is he better than Ayato? I don't think he is. Because Ayato's ult, like, has an AoE ability to it. It stays active even when you switch. Scalamuche is more just straight beat their ass. I do think that he's better than Sino on account of the fact that, like, Animo pairs so much better with, like, whatever support elements you may wanna pair him with than Electro. You might have to, like, build around Electro a little more. I feel like Yuinoa is more versatile. But this like streak here in the middle of A tier is just good, solid DPS. That's what this group right here is. They're all just really good. Yao Yao would be so much higher. This is another Klee problem. I don't know why it's on all these child characters. Yao Yao would be so much higher than I'm gonna put her if her, like, the Yugui she threw during her ult just didn't go away when you switched off her. She's support. You don't want her to be on the field that long. So why is it that, like, the Yuguis you throw when you ult go away when you switch off of her? Why is that? Why is that, bro? There's no reason for that. Like, even Sayu, like, when she ults, that thing just stays there if you, like, switch. That's what Yao Yao should have been. And if Yao Yao's thing, like, stayed there when you switched off of her, she could be like top of B, maybe even up here in A. But that's not how it works. That is not how it works. That is, very unfortunately, not how it works. You can just throw the elemental skill one and just have that one basically healing you and get a little bit of Dendro damage. And when you ultus her, you have to keep her on the field while the Yuguis are doing their thing, which ruins, like, her potential compatibility for teams. It ruins it. It ruins it flat out. Now, I do think that Yuguis are good, which is why I don't think she's gonna dip into D. So it's another C tier character. Just because Yuguis are good. They had potential to be so much better if that ult just wasn't greedy, but it is. It is what it is. I think that's where I'm gonna put her. I think right here works. Yugui's pretty good. Nah, Farazan's better. Farazan is better. Yeah, that looks more correct. I feel like Diona could, like, dump down into D now. But I feel like, especially considering how early she came out, being, like, a tier above Sayu feels appropriate. So we're gonna keep it like this for now. This is looking good. Al Haytham is pretty good. He's another... Like, this is just an era of Genshin where they just started introducing just a whole bunch of just solid DPS. He's another character that could go somewhere in here. Because he's better than Ito. Him being Dendro is inherently better than Ito. He's better than Zhao. Is he better than Sino? I think so. Mostly because of the element. I think Dendro is a much more useful element to have on a main DPS than Electro. Electro's kind of a support element. You got like Yai Miko, Fischl, maybe even Shogun. You can play her in a support way. Just some of the best supports in the game are all Electro. Dendro, up till now, unless you're like, just don't pair him with Nahida. You could even pair him with Nahida. Get the like double Dendro thing going on. Just make the other two characters like Hydro Electro. I feel like you're missing out a lot more by having your main DPS be Electro. Not that there isn't teams that Sino could do too, but his alts just dishes out more damage than anything Yuinoa does. I think that it's better than Ayato's as well. Like, it does AoE. You can play him in a few different ways because of how the like Dendro mirrors work. Depending on if you want to be more of a, like, spam normal attack, or if you want to try to, like, build them up to get, like, more of a huge ult burst. This character's pretty versatile. And even though I do think Ayato's ult can just be better, it being Dindral on Alhaitham's good. Like, the versatility, different ways you can play him is good. Obviously, he pairs real well with characters like Yelan and Jingcho, which you can't really take advantage of with Ayato, because again, water is just more of a support element. Having a Dindro DPS like this is pretty dang good. In fact, it might even be like Ayaka. It might even be Ayaka, where everything kind of just works out for this character. Or he's better than, like, Zhongling Jingqiu. I think he is. I think he gets to, like, the upper end of A. Just because, like, all these tools being on his kit, this Dindro main DPS kit, it just all really works out for him. I don't think he gets above Ayaka, just because I think Ayaka is much more consistent. Her burst is just better. I say consistent. It's just, like, better DPS. Like, better damage per second. And Ice is just the peak of main DPS elements, in my opinion. But Alhaitham is not very far behind. He's not. He's real good. Real good. I'll be back. Okay. All right. Who we got next? Who do we got next? Dia. The most hated character for some reason. People think this character is, or not hated, but like the most lowly ranked character for some reason. This character is so massively underrated. In a game where, like, Pyro has been so mediocre for so long and has been falling off more and more, Dia's actually really good. She almost serves as a pseudo Bennett. And the reason that she's not as good as Bennett, in my opinion, is 100% because she can't heal. That's the only reason. It is true that you're mainly playing this character as, like, kind of a support because you mainly just want to throw up her Pyro thing and then switch to someone else. But that's still really good. Like, having that sort of, like, stronger version of Pyro support is good. So even though her ult doesn't really fit into, like, her playstyle, I think that this character is pretty good. She's a character that I actually used a lot when I was leveling her up. This character is just decent support. Just throwing up her elemental skill, getting Pyro elemental reactions. It was just all decent. Yeah, her ult is not the best, but I think this character is a lot better than most people give her credit for. A lot better. So I'm gonna put her where? Somewhere in B, probably. Like, there's a lot of, like, alright supports in B. You know? Is she as good as someone like Jean? I don't think so. I don't think she's that good. I just don't think she's, like, down here like a lot of other people were ranking her. I think people have gotten over that. I think people have realized she's not that bad. But, she's definitely above average. Better than Tainari? I don't know. Let's go through this one by one. Kale's better. Layla's better. Shinha's better. Jean's better. Is Eula better? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that's the correct spot. Because Dia has more things she can do for teams. Just being like Pyro support. Because Pyro isn't really a character you see on support like that. Like mostly it's either Hydro or Electro. I think Bennett is the one exception. And there are even times where I picked Dia over Bennett. Because it's on an elemental skill and not a burst, so you can almost always have it up. And her burst like puts it up as well. So this is kind of like Fischl in a way. Where because of how the kit is set up, you're always gonna have this like Pyro support beacon up. I think it might be here. I don't be picking Eula like that anymore. Yeah, I'm content with that placement. I'm content with that placement. She's good. Like she's better. She's not bad. Invest into Dia. You will not actually be disappointed. Just throw her as one of your like supports on one of your teams. You'll see. It does work. You know what doesn't work? Mika. This character is horrifically bad. Like this is a worst character. This is one of the worst characters. Why does this character even exist? This character got kicked off of the expedition to come back home because they realized how bad he was. Bro, Aloy is better than this character. Like, this makes me want to put, like, Geo Twin up in F. Like, seeing, like, anyone else in the same tier as this character just doesn't feel correct. I have to leave Aloy down here, though. Like, 100%, at the very least. Maybe I could bump these two. Maybe I could bump these two up to F. Could I? Nah. Nah. I'm capping. You know what I could do, though? Could bump Amber up a little. I could do that. Could do that. I don't know. I really don't like Razor. I kind of want to put Razor down here. That feels better. Maybe I could bump some of these up here. They're the best characters. I don't know. I feel like S is already pretty prestigious. Like, when you're pretty bad, like, there's a few different ways you can be one of the worst characters. But when you're the best, not so much. Like, maybe like, up to, like, these three for sure could be bumped up here. But I know for a fact, like, Chaska is going in here. Like, no questions asked. So I don't want too many characters to be up in here. I feel like I can be a little more lenient down here. I don't know of anyone else who would get down here. Kaveh, on the other hand, is pretty bad. Because this is not a character you want to be on all that much, and yet his kit is built in this way where, like, his alt buffs like his normal attacks and makes them Dendro on a character that you don't want to be on. It feels counterintuitive. This is a really bad character. This is a really bad character. I think he's better than Sara because at least like Kave's elemental skill is like okay to switch to and throw out. And Sara has like an elemental burst that's like okay to switch to and throw out. So I think that they're comparable in that way. And I think that Kave is better because his elemental skill, it's a skill, not a burst, which means you can do it whenever without having to accumulate energy recharge. Actually, now that I'm saying that out loud, I think it's the opposite. I think it's the other way around. I think that this character's bad. I think that elemental bursts are better because they have like higher damage output on account of the fact of their bursts. So like the move that you're like mostly playing this character to use is an elemental skill. And like, yeah, you won't be able to like use bursts as often, but I think you get more out of the bursts. So that's why I think this character goes like below them. This character's not good. Like, how are you supposed to use this character? Like as like you use his ult to turn his normal attacks into Dendro and pretend that he's Alhaitham? So that you can have like Dendro normal attacks? Bro, just play Kale, even if you don't have 5 stars. You'd have to be desperate. This would have to be like your only Dendro character. Yao Yao would be a better DPS than Kave. At least like with Yao Yao, you could like switch, like throw out her like ult and just not switch and just get a bunch of, you could pretend she's a DPS. If you like throw a bunch of support and you play like Yao Yao who is a support but you pretend she's DPS, like ulting as Yao Yao with like, I don't know, Kokomi official support, it's not the worst thing in the world. Baizhu is deceptively good. This character's really good. Like, this character's ult gives you a shield, he heals you with his elemental skill, and he also does like Dendro damage that jumps between a whole bunch of enemies at once. This character's really, really good. This is like the first like Dendro character we actually see. Took him long enough for them to give him a banner, make him playable. This character's pretty good. This character's pretty good. Like, we're talking real good. Like, at least top half of A. At least. I would even say better than that. I would even say better than that. Like, this might be an S tier. This might be an S tier. He gives a shield just like Zhongli. I mean, his is not as strong, but Baizhu does so much. Baiju's so good. Is he better than Fischl? Maybe that's where I have to draw the line. I don't know. Like, Fischl's mainly just, like, one of the best damage supports in the game. Like, he also helps you get damage while also healing, and he can give you a shield. There's a strong argument there that he's better than Fischl. He's not better than Nahida. Nahida just makes the enemies disappear. But Baizhu gets pretty close. It's also Dendro. It's also, like, a great element to have on support. It's hard to put him above or below Fischl because these two pair so well together. I think I'll put him above. Baizhu does so much all at once, and he does it all so well. This is a godlike character. Kirara, not good. I'm gonna have to do the Kirara Envisage Deco challenge like in like a week's time. I'm not looking forward to it, bro. My Kirara is not ready for that. This is a character where you could tell she was mostly designed for exploration. Her elemental skill just pats the enemy with Dendro. Her elemental burst just Dendro boom. I mean, this is, in a lot of ways, this is like Dendro Yanfei, but she's not as good as Yanfei. She is not as good as Yanfei. Dendro is not a bad element to have, though. Not at all. Just increasing the pool of like Dendro options was good. I don't think she's as good as Yanfei or Ningguang. But is she better than Rosaria? I don't think so. This is kind of a this is kind of a D tier character. I'm gonna be fair. I'd rather have Klee. I'd rather have Sayu. Sayu can heal. Lisa's burst sticks around longer. She is better than Heizo. She is definitely better than Heizo. So now it's just a matter of, is she better or worse than Noelle? I think I'd rather have the Noelle shield. I think she goes right there. Character's not very good. Character's like as basic as the bread that I made into this French toast. Now we get to Fontaine. Now we get to the best region. Lynette's pretty good. She has a really cool elemental skill. It's also like not bad utility-wise, where you can run and then just like hit people. Sacrificial Sword's pretty good on her. Her elemental burst is also pretty good. I feel like it's definitely better than Farazan for sure. Like how high do I want to get with Lynette? What a sentence to say. Better than Mona, right? Maybe. This is debatable. I have Chi-Chi better than Mona though, which I stand by. So I am gonna put her above her. Child. You could do so much with like Lynette's kit. Can you? Not really. Maybe just having like a good DPS is just better. She's sort of support, but she can also do... Nah, she's more of a support. It's pretty good for a support. Because you throw out her ult and then switch. So with Child, would she be better than Child? This is a pretty whack comparison. Because these characters do like completely different things. I think she is better than Child. I don't think I could go any higher though. She's pretty good. I kind of want to put her in B. Because her support potential is there. Like, the ult is pretty good. I don't think it gets on the level of, like, these two. It might get on Dia's level, depending on how well you're incorporating the elemental skills into the equation. This might be the toughest one so far. I don't know where in here to put Lynette. There's a lot of characters on the board now. I'm taking a while on this one. Hu Tao. Is Lynette better than Hu Tao? What's Hu Tao doing? I think she is. It's because it's one of those things where it's like Hu Tao still has like a function. Like to me, there's still things that I pick Hu Tao, or at least a thing that I pick Hu Tao to do. That's like I think she's best at. She has like I think she has the fastest attack rate of any pyro character. Like, what exactly is Lynette doing as a support that is better than, like, Sucrose Farazan? That's the question. I think I'm going to put her there. I think I'm going to put her between Hu Tao and Child. That's where I want to put her. Good alts. Okay elemental skills. I just feel like we have so many Animo supports at this point that, like, her kit looks good, but comparing them to everyone else's, it's like, what exactly is unique here? I guess it's sort of like the Child thing, where, like, Child's been power crept. Lynette hasn't been power crept, but I feel like there's so many alternatives. She's power crept if you look at these two, but they came out before her, so. Lenny was a bit of a disappointment in terms of gameplay. He definitely has a very unique playstyle. No one else plays like Lenny, where he like charges fire arrows to like set up set play, and he can do big damage by using that in conjunction with his elemental skill and his elemental burst. But it feels like, okay, they did a great job incorporating like his personality and who Lenny is into his gameplay. But I feel like so much of it requires too much setup, like for what payoff you get. Which is why I think it like bumps him down below characters like Diluc. But even though he like doesn't have like a unique niche like I think Hu Tao does, I think he's generally all around better. Like better damage, he can do more things. Like between the ult, the charged arrows, elemental skill. I guess what's getting me is that you have to charge the arrows like Ganyu, but unlike Ganyu, it's charging the arrows for set play, which you don't get payoff for immediately. And like the ult is another like example of that, where you just bounce around with it before it eventually or you eventually come up and do the big damage. This character feels like you have to do so much setup with him. If he was just faster, this could be an above Diluc, maybe even A tier character. But he's not. And speed is the gold standard for a lot of Genshin stuff in this day and age. So I think he's going to be in B. He's going to be below Diluc. And he's probably going to be in the lower half of B at that. I would rather have Dia. Like, generally speaking, as a Pyro character, I would rather have Dia. So, he's going to be somewhere in here. Like, he might be better than Tainari. He might not be. Like, somewhere in here, at the very bottom of B. Pretty darn close to Lynette. Maybe that's why I wanted to put Lynette up here, ultimately. It gets so much harder when there's more characters on the field. We got 2 lines left. We got to get through them. We're going to have to get through them. I guess he is better than Eula Tainari. I would sooner pick him for Imaginarium Theater than Eula Tainari. Maybe below Eula. Above Tainari. He does more damage than Tainari. Tainari requires less setup, though. He's much more straightforward. I don't think the reward is as good. These are pretty interchangeable. These are pretty interchangeable. I think that because Lenny can function as like a set play character where you can theoretically just charge the arrow, put it down, and then switch off of him. He doesn't have to be like the DPS who's on screen at any given point in time. I think that for that reason, he should be ranked above Tainari for that utility. Do I put him above Eula? Do we put him above Eula? My ability to analyze is fading. I've been doing this for too long. 3.5 hours. I think, for the Eula respect, I'm gonna leave Lenny there. Because I don't actively pick Lenny for anything. And so I think I am gonna leave him there. Like, similar to Tainari. I think I'm gonna leave him there. I'll be right back. I should get some more. Okay. Fremine is not very good. I completely forgot this character exists. When I was talking about how Eula and Rosario are like the only physical damage characters. Fremine is also one, sort of. He's also cryo for some reason. I don't know why that's like a thing that they're doing. He's not bad. He's just like worse Eula. And Eula was already falling off a lot at this point. You don't really want, like, this is a main DPS. This is not what you want your main DPS to be doing. I feel like Rosaria is better because she's the one who sort of, like, helps that strategy. And she incorporates cryo into it a lot more naturally. And it helps... I just think it helps better. like the cryo incorporates into the game plan better. And you have to stay on field with Fremine a lot to take advantage of his elemental burst and whatnot. Maybe a character you could, like, take more advantage of by pairing him with someone like Jingqiu or Yulan. But what he's trying to do... It is a strategy, It is a, like, properly facilitated strategy. It's just not very good. So for those reasons, I think I'm going to put him here. I think that just having okay Dendro attacks is better than what Freminet is trying to do. But I think that Freminet's game plan is something that you can try to utilize better than what Hazo or Beidou is doing. Like, there's an argument to put Hazo above him, but I do think, like, Freminet would ultimately, I don't know, just work better. Maybe it's just because I don't think very highly of Hazo's kit. Maybe that's all that is. Nouvelette's broken. Everyone knows this character is broken. This character is absurd. This is an S tier character. The where in S is the only question. Is he better than Bennett? Yes. Is he better than Miko? Yes. Zhongli? Yep. Fischl? Yep. Yep. Better than Yelan? Yep. Now this is where it gets tricky. Is he better than someone like Shogun? Because, like, Shogun is not only a good DPS, but she also has, like, the support capabilities where, like, her elemental skill leaves that electro thing behind her that can also, like, support anyone else that you switch to. What Nouvelette leaves, the balls that Nouvelette leaves behind are mostly just for him. But that's fine because they help him have self-sustain. They, like, heal him more than the damage his charge attack takes. And his charge attack does so much damage and it's just over such a sweeping area. Character's really good. He's really good. I don't even play on PC. I know that, like, this character has that, like, PC glitch where you can just, like, 360 spin to win with Nouvelette. I don't even have that. And this character's still broken. I play on PS5. Like, when you compare, like, Nouvelette to, like, other characters, like, these two together are just broken. Nouvelette doesn't have the same, like, support capabilities. His ult kind of does. I could put him above Shogun. Kokomi, yeah. This might be contender for, like, best character. I think he might go up there. He's not as good as Ganyu. Ganyu just does literally everything. She doesn't have cooldowns or anything. But Nouvelette is one of the best characters. He has self-sustain. You don't even need to pair this man with healers. I think that's what pushes him over the top. Is the fact that he can heal himself in addition to being one of the best DPS in the game. So it, like, opens up an extra spot on the teams that Nouvelette is in. Because just by doing what he's supposed to do in order to get the big boy damage, he's healing himself while doing that. Like, that's crazy. I think he is one of the best characters. Period. Wriothesley, bro, in the middle of them releasing all these broken Fontaine characters, they just drop Wriothesley out of nowhere, he's fine. He's a cryo DPS, which is exactly what you want. He just kind of punches things. He just kind of spams normal attacks. I guess. Like, Ganyu's better. Ayaka's better. Like, he feels like a worse Ayaka. That's what he feels like. It feels like he uses his elemental skill to do what Ayaka does with her dash, and therefore doesn't have a real elemental skill, and just, like, a slightly worse version of her ult. That's what this character feels like. It's not necessarily make it bad, though. I could put him at, like, the tail end of A. Like, he's one of the DP. He doesn't, like, reach this, like this level. But that doesn't mean he's bad. He's still like a good DPS that just like beats ass together with someone like Jingqiu, Yalong, Zhongling. Like a good elemental, just because I feel like Ayaka's just strictly better, it doesn't make this character bad. He's above Ito for sure. Just on account of like being cryo. I know Ito does more raw damage, but this man's doing cryo damage all the time, so it's just continuous elemental reactions. I think that's a good spot for him. Right here. Near the bottom of A. He's not bad. He's not bad. It just feels so weird having a character like this come out like... That's just worse than Ayaka. Come out like after Nouvelette. Charlotte is a fun-loving, not very good character. This is Diona's better. Diona is strictly better. Like, what? You play this character for the camera functions. That's about it. Her elemental skills, whatever. Her ult is just like a support ult that heals. Like, I'd rather have like the Sayu Animo, honestly. This is nothing we have not seen before. It's somewhere in D. Would I rather have Lisa's? Maybe. Depends on the situation. I think that because Diona, like, not only has an ult that does that, but also gives a shield, I feel like the Lisa ult is better. Is it better than Noelle's shield? I don't know. At least this is doing cryo damage. It's healing. Maybe you could put it above Lisa for that reason. But I think it goes back to the fact that, like, I want Electro on my support character so much more than Cryo. So I think that's like a good spot for her. That is a good spot for Charlotte. Farina's broken. I mean, there is no question in my mind that Farina goes up here at least. She's also one of the best characters in the game. Like, this character is, like, the support character. She can heal if you want her to, but, like, you just throw this character's elemental skill out, you switch to whichever DPS you want, you're hitting the opponent with an all-out attack. It's broken. This character is obscene. I think she's better than Nouvelette. She might even be better than Ganyu. She might even be better than Ganyu. Is this like a support that does more DPS than the DPS she's supporting? She doesn't even have to be on field for it. It does suck that she drains your, like, HP. But it's really not that big of a deal. Because of how much this helps. Maybe she's not as good as Ganyu, at least for that reason. Yeah. She's not as good as Ganyu, but she is one of the best characters. Like, holy crap, Archons. Relax. Relax. Navia, also broken. This character has, like, some of the highest damage numbers I've ever been able to reach in this game. It's on, like great waifu material, too, just as a side note. Like, you just blast. It's such a shame this character doesn't make Geo constructs. She doesn't pair well with Chiori. It's such a shame, because this character is so broken. I love her ult, how, like, it's like continuous Geo damage on a target. Her elemental skills do so much freaking damage. For no on Geo, you just... They finally realized that Geo needs to be this, like, standalone... huge effing, like, damage. And, like, it's not even standalone, though, because, like, her ult also turns it into something that other characters can use, because it, like, keeps applying Geo over and over, so you can get what sort of, like, crystallized reactions that you want to get. In addition to, like, the massive damage of her elemental skills. This character's really, really good. She better than Nahida? I think so. Like Navi is absurd. This is too much damage. How high do I want to put her is the question. Is she better than Yelan? I don't know. I mean, the elemental reactions she doesn't get, she gets aren't as good, but her damage, I think, is strictly better than Yelan's. Maybe that's where I chill. Maybe I chill right there. Because she does have, like, the highest damage in the game. And she does facilitate, like, support. Despite the fact that she's Geo, which is so incredible. But it is ultimately Geo. Which means she's not getting crazy elemental reactions like you can get with Yelan or Shogun. Or even Nahida. But I think that the amount of raw damage Navia possesses surpasses Nahida. I think I'm content with this spot. She's really good. Look at all those freaking S tiers in a row, man. Even some best characters. New Valette Farina. They're so dang good. And then we have this 4-star. I never used this character that much. I was not able to get this character set up with a good lance for a very long time. So, I'm probably going to be ranking this one lower than most people would. But I don't think this character was very good. Like, her elemental skill was fine. Just did fire damage. And her elemental burst was okay as well. It was like fire set play. But I feel like someone like Toma, who like gives a shield and is like actively giving you pyro elemental reactions as a pyro support, is better. So I feel like she's somewhere between Toma and Yanfei. She's probably better than He's probably better than any of those characters. Probably better than Yinjin. Yoimiya is better. Farazan is better. Sayu is better. So it's somewhere in here. Better than Kaya? I don't think she's better than Kaya. Maybe she is. Nah. Nah, I don't think she's better than Kaya. She's staying right there. She's decent. Another, like, mid-tier. Like, her ult just, like, sort of sets up for, like, a bunch of, like, pyro interactions. Kind of like what Klee's Jumpy Dumpties do. She doesn't do an awful lot though, now does she? Like now that I compared her to Klee, I'm like, I'd rather just have Jumpy Dumpty than Sever Assault now, wouldn't I? Wouldn't I? Yanfei is better, right? There's too many characters on screen. Who's left? There's not many left. Maybe Yunjin is better. I feel like you could get just more elemental reactions just from playing, like, here's like Animal Traveler. Yanfei will be able to hit them with Pyro more frequently than Chevreuse can. And now that I'm thinking about it, it's mostly just like, you're playing her so that you can get pyro reactions from her elemental burst. And it's literally just worse than Jumpy Dumpty. It's kind of like Lisa's in a way, except it doesn't linger as long. Might go there. That's lower than I thought I would rank her. I thought she would be like a solid C tier. But when I thought about it, like, her elemental skill basically does nothing. It's basically just another shot of pyro. Like, even less explosive than Yanfei's. So you're playing her for, like, the alt. Which I think ranks somewhere, like, about here. Yeah. So that's accurate. Dang, I thought I could put her, like, somewhere here above Yinjin. It's just not accurate upon further inspection. Gaming, this is a character that I really don't want to rank high because I don't really like how he plays. He's like this pyro main DPS who stays on the field and just, once he ults, spams his elemental skill over and over again. And I didn't really invest in this character, so I don't really want him to be good. But he is actually not bad. I just don't like him. Just don't pair him with Venti. If you've watched my recent Imaginarium Theater video, you know why. It just doesn't work. But if you pair him with some supports that can have like some support things up for a while, and you play gaming as your main DPS, then he can spam some pretty respectable numbers at a pretty respectable rate. So for that reason, even though I really don't want to, he is better than Yanfei. Like, better than Yinjin. Is he better than Kaya? I don't know. Probably. I feel like I'd like to play Kaya more, but there's no denying that gaming can definitely do more than Kaya. Like, would he do as well as Yanfei? Probably not, because Yanfei kind of does the same thing gaming does, but without gaming's ult. And he doesn't have like the benefit of having Yoimiya as ult. Maybe for that reason Farazan's also better. Yeah, Farazan is also better. So now it's just a matter of, do I put him above or below Yao Yao? Even with how they, like, messed up Yao Yao's ult, I still feel like her versatility is better. I hate switching to gaming and, like, being on gaming for forever so that I can spam elemental skills with his ult. I just really don't like it. But does that make him bad? I mean, not bad. Does it make it better than Yao Yao? I don't know. I like Yugui more. Like, Pyro as a main DPS is okay, but then you have like Arlecchino and whatnot, which is just better. I'm gonna put Yao Yao above him. I'd rather have her. Would rather be playing Yao Yao. Maybe that's just like a personal preference thing. I really wanted to rank him lower. I really wanted to put him in D, because I do not like how this character plays. But, he is better than that. So, this is not how much I like them, it's how good I think they are. So, I'll leave them there. Cloud Retainer. Cloud Retainer, kind of in a lot of ways, is like the spiritual evolution of what Jean is. Where she's the Anemo healer that, like just the 5-star Anemo healer, basically, where she can turn anyone into Zhao with her ult. She does do like some swirl damage with her elemental skill. I think that she's better than Jean on account of the fact that you don't have to stay in her ult, and it can also like help you get Anemo damage wherever you go. And you can also do some creative stuff with how you use her ult to give your characters plunging attacks if you're playing someone like a Catalyst, someone like a Nahida, maybe. I can't say I've ever done something like that, but the possibility's there. She has some pretty good utility, like the healing based on like the ability that you get a bunch of swirl stuff from her. It's pretty good. I'm gonna put her above Layla. I could put her like at the bottom of A. I don't think she gets any higher than an Albedo. I guess she is better than Barbara. You're not gonna die when you have Cloud Retainer on your team. Like, never. Yeah, better than Sucrose. Her elemental skill can, like, bounce them up in the similar way to how Sucrose's can. And if you need to, you can use, like, her plunging attack, like, with her elemental burst to, like, jump up with her. Which almost shows is, like, a pseudo way to get a Sucrose ult if you have to. It's one way to look at it. She better than Diluc, though? I don't know about that one. I IDK about that one. I think she has to be. Diluc is just falling off so much. And then, like, Ito Cloud Retainer is just a very not good comparison. Albedo, too. Because these characters all do completely different things. Do I have any healers in A? This might be a good standard to set for A tier healers. If I put her above Ito, then I could bump her into A. I guess that's the deciding factor. I'm not going to put her above Albedo. Like, Albedo's lack of cooldown on his elemental skill, I think, puts him above her. Or puts... Yes, that's the correct way to say that. She's also good for exploration. I know that's not like a factor that I've been taking into consideration too much. But Cloud Retainer is one of the best exploration characters. At least, well, she was, I guess. Natlands are just on another level. I think I can bump her up to A. Not many healers do as much as Cloud Retainer does. He does a lot. He does a lot and she's pretty good at it. I think I probably would have kept her below Ito if Ito was not Geo. Like Geo, he has to do a lot by himself. Cloud Retainer is more of a team player. She fits better on a team. I'm not sure if she's really, like, worthy of being in the same tier as, like, Zhongling Jingqiu, but let's keep her there. Chiori, I've been talking about Chiori all stream because I've been talking about how all these effing Geo characters either have or don't have Geo constructs that, like, pair well with Chiori. Chiori is really good. It's so interesting that they made a character that you actually want to pair with another Geo character. Because up till now, unless you were literally playing like a Geo DPS along together with a shield character like Zhongli or Noelle, that's not something you would ever want to do. Because you would want to get your elemental reactions. But because you basically get double the damage with two of Chiori's elemental skills if you pair her with another, like, character who can make Geo constructs, it just created this very unique character who's able to get damage in this very unique way that creates unique team comps that no other character facilitates. And she also does the big damage. Her elemental skill and her elemental burst both do the big damage. So let's see. You get more of that when you pair her with another Geo character that makes constructs, which is just very fascinating. And they shred through, like, enemies in a way that no other, like, pairing does. I think that Chiori is just so cool. It's just so cool that she does that. She gets at least the top part of A. At least. She might dip into S. Because you just pair this character with someone like Albedo or something. Or Zhongli. It's effing nasty. It helps she helps Zhongli help DPS in a way. It's really cool. I really like Chiori. I think I can put her above Alhaitham. Alhaitham does a lot of normal attack spamming, and I feel like it's just easier to get Chiori to work. It flows better. Now, putting her above Ayaka is more difficult. Because at that point, she'd be dipping into S. And we all know, like, the standard of quality that these S-tier characters have. Maybe I can put her above Ayaka on account of the fact of power creep. Even without elemental reactions, Chiori's like out-damaging Ayaka. You might not even need another Geo Construct for her to do that as well. I guess her biggest boon's also her biggest downside, right? That in order to really take advantage of this character, you have to play another character that makes Geo Constructs. And, like, the best one is Zhongli, who's not an offensive character. Unfortunately, if only Navia made Geo Constructs. If Navia made Geo Constructs, this would undebatably be an S tier character. I think she probably could get up there. She does enough damage. She does a lot. And also her things stay on the field, so you don't even have to stay on her. She does all this damage as like a support Geo character. Sort of like Albedo, but like cranked up like like an extra tier. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave her there at the bottom of S. Like, she can dip down here to A, but I think that, like, for what she does, like, the creativity that this character introduces, all the unique team comps, I'm happy putting her in S. I think that's a great character. I think Chiori is so underrated. Not many people have this character. I saw, like, a recent, like, post thing that showed, like, what percentage of players have all the characters. Chiori is, like, one of the bottom 5 most owned 5-stars. This character's, like, I love the sort of gameplay that she encourages. The team building. I'm not usually a team building guy. I don't really, like, take a lot of time to, like, think about team synergies or anything like that. But just the things that Chiori's elemental skill encourages, I think is just so unique and creative and cool. Arlecchino's broken. We've talked about I've talked about this character already. This character is undeniably broken. This is like debatably best DPS in the game now. The only drawback is that she can't heal her. Is that like she can't get healing from someone like Kokomi. She has to heal herself. But on the other hand, you could say that that's a boon because then they made it so that she can self-sustain. She can heal herself. Her ult heals her. And so you don't really need a healer on a team where you're using Arlecchino. She pairs so effing well with Yelan. Like, she does, like, Shogun damage. But, like, yeah, she doesn't have the, like, support capabilities that Shogun has. But also, she doesn't need her elemental burst to do it. She can just, like, use her elemental skill to basically get into, like, what the Shogun has to use her ult for. She's broken. And even when you run out of it, you can just use your ult. Not only heal, but get it all back. This is a DPS machine, bro. See, I have to put her above Kokomi because you don't even, like, need the sort of utility that Kokomi offers when you play a character like this. This is like the like new Valette thing where he has self-sustain, he has self-healing, so that basically frees up another team slot for broken support. For like one of these S tier supports. I think that's where she stops though. I think that because she is like a melee DPS, she can't like hit everything at once like new Valette can. And for that reason, I think that like the broken crowd control ranks slightly higher than her. But my god, was this character so broken. She set like a new standard for like what DPS is. I know new Valette kind of did that as well, but like having this on a pyro character was such a godsend. It really like has been since Diluc that we had a pyro character, like a main pyro DPS that I really felt like was good. It had been that long. This character was needed. We needed this character. And thank God she was so dang good. Thank God. Bro, who even is this? This Claude from Three Houses? I'm kidding. I know who Sethos is. I know who Sethos is. Character's not very good. Like, is interesting how he, like, shoots these straight lines, I guess. I don't even know, man. I don't even know, bro. Like, is he an F? He might be an F. I feel like Sara's better. Like, why would you even play this character? He's fun. I'm not saying he's not fun. Because, like, shooting those straight shots is really cool. But, bro, you can't even walk while you're charging one. When you charge one, it locks you into place. It almost feels like they tried to intentionally make this character bad. I don't even remember what his ult does. I don't even remember. What does bro's ult do? I need to find out.
Bags packed in.
So like,
On you.
I'd have to go fight something or something.
Where you heading?
Oh, I'm losing ult charge? This character's even worse than I thought. Deal electro damage in its path. So it cannot perform aim shots while in this state. Oh, so it like counteracts the best part of his kit too? No wonder I didn't remember. This character's so effing bad. Nah. This dude ain't it. This dude is not it. This dude is worse than Sara. Worse than Amber. Not worse than Kaveh. He goes there. I feel so bad seeing Candace there. I don't want Candace to be that low. But I really can't think of any good way to use her. Like, any at all. Cloran's pretty good. I've completely forgot about this character this whole stream. And I've been talking about, like, these Electro DPS. I always talk about Shogun, Cyno. Cloran's better than Cyno. Cloran is really good. Her, like, insane attack speed. Like, the amount of attacks that she can do in a row. Pairing this character with Venti is on another level. Especially if you throw, like, some water in there, like Farina or Kokomi. This character's crazy. This is, like, is she S? I guess she is. This is where the DPS start getting really good. Like, she's, like, better than Ayaka. She's better than Chiori. I don't think she's as good as Nalia. Like, she's just an example of a really, really good DPS. I don't think she's as good as the Shogun. She doesn't have the, like, same support capabilities. Her DPS is faster. Like, she does more attacks per second. But it's not as high as the Shogun's. You put her above Miko. Of like Zhongli. I don't really want to put her above Zhongli. Yeah. I think that's exactly where I want to put her. She's a really good DPS. She's a really good DPS. There's nothing super unique about her. I don't think she really, like, broke the mold like Arlecchino did. She isn't, like, as powerful as the Shogun. But she's just very powerful. She's a lot like Ayaka, but because she came out, like, 2 years later, she pushed it to the next level. And she just became S tier as a result. Character is really, really good. I'll be right back. Hopefully it'll last. Okay, Siegeween. This character is not very good. I think that everyone sort of realized that this character is not very good. I don't think she's bad, you know? Hold on. My blind is acting up. There we go. I don't think she's bad. She's a decent healer. She can, like, trap enemies in her bubble. And her ult is whatever. I feel like she would have been a perfectly serviceable 4-star. This character should not have been a 5-star. She just should not have. She is no higher than C for sure. Like, she might even be like D. Her healing's pretty good, and she can do some damage while doing it. That's a plus. Maybe she could get above Chi-Chi for that reason. But the problem is that she's Hydro. And if you want Hydro deep, like, healing, you have Kokomi Farina. Like, there's no question. There's no reason to play Siegeween at that point. Like, I know some of you may say, oh, what if you don't have, like, Farina Kokomi? Well, true, I guess, but I do. So as someone who does have them, there's almost no reason to ever bust this character back out. Like, she does do the, like, Fontaine, like, light/darkness damage thing, but that doesn't really matter for this character. That's mostly a Farina Nouvelette, Cloran's Navia thing. I wonder how much that helps with their DPS all in all. But anyway, this character, it's very difficult for her to carve out a niche for herself because of what her role is and what her element is and just what her kit looks like. Like, Chi-Chi has more utility, Mona has more utility, Toma has more utility, Yomi. Like, how far down do we go? Like, how far down do we go? Like, there? Probably like there. Because, like, in a vacuum, it's fine, right? But this is so late in the game for, like, a healer that does as little as Siegeween does. I think it has to stop there. I think that's where she goes. I don't think that she does as little as a healer in D like Sayu. But Sayu does have the boon of being Anemo. I mean, you have, like, Cloud Retainer Jean on the other end of that spectrum, though, so... Siegeween does a little more. Her ult's better. Her elemental skill can trap enemies. Yeah. She does a little more. She doesn't dip that low. Some people may put her lower than this. I feel like that's another character that, you know, could have been more than she was. Could have been. Emily's pretty good. It's around this point is where we first started to see them introduce characters that, like, work with specific elemental reactions. Like, Emily is focused around burning. She pairs real well with characters like Arlecchino. And she's a great off-field Dendro support. She's, like, probably the best in that department, except for Nahida, right? Because Nahida is a god. But if you're going for straight damage, like Baiju has all this utility. Baiju does damage. He makes sure he hits multiple opponents. He gives you shields. He heals. He does it all, right? But if you just want damage, especially if you're playing Arlecchino as, like, your main DPS, then Emily might actually beat him out. Because she does one thing. She does off-field support, Dendro-focused for burning reactions, and no one will ever do that better than her. So, it's very focused. This is a very focused character. So how high does she go for being the best at that specifically? I think it goes pretty high. I think it goes pretty high. Like, I think it goes higher than, like, these two supports even. I think it goes higher than that. I think it goes higher than Alhaitham. Because a lot of, like, Alhaitham's DPS, Emily can get without even being on field. You just have to pair her with the right people. And you can say that for literally everyone on this list. So Emily's really good. Like, a lot of these ladder characters are, like, getting up here more and more frequently. You really start to see the power creep escalate. We're going into Natland next. Oh, I forgot about the freaking Travelers. We'll have to do those. We'll have to do them soon. We'll have to do those next. But Emily's pretty good. Is she better than Ayaka? I think at this point she might be. I don't think she can dip into S just because her role is super focused. Maybe she could. Maybe she could, you know? I don't think she should. Because her role is so focused. Like, you could say that, like, the same is true of Chiori. Because Chiori needs, like, another, like, geoconstruct to, like, really reach your full potential. But when she does, it's just, like, so much massive damage. And that's not even counting, like, which version of the crystallized elemental reactions you're going for. Like, Emily is, like, burning specifically. And you don't have to use Emily on a burning team. She does, like, really good Dendro damage already. Like, you could just pair her with, you know, Farina Shogun or something like that. And have a, like, really strong team just doing that. I think I maybe should have to bump her up to S. Because I think, like, her support's better than someone like Miko's. So I think that when you take that into consideration... she has to get up there. You could bump Chiori down in exchange. No, Chiori belongs in S. I definitely stand by that. When you do get those burning reactions with Emily, enemies melt, brother. Putting someone above or below Zhongli is always such a difficult decision because of, like, how unique of a role Zhongli is. I don't think I want to put her above Zhongli. I don't even really want to put her above Clorand. But I feel like I should. I feel like I should. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, let's do Dendro Traveler. Most people say Dendro Traveler is the best one. It's okay. I feel like it's sort of like a worse version of Kale, where the elemental burst, it's sort of like meant for Dendro reactions. Like, he sort of has a Kaya-like elemental skill, but for Dendro. It's fine. He's not as good as, say, Tainari. Top of B, maybe? It's kind of a lot like Lynette in a way. And just like how the moves function, except it's Dendro, which is different. It's very comparable to Kale. Maybe the... Nah, Kale's stuff lasts longer. Putting him next to Tainari feels incorrect. Put him below Hu-Tao. Yeah. That looks good. I'm still not completely sold on my Lynette placement, though. Like, I don't really know, where I want to go with her. I think that's fine. The only reason Dendro Twin is above her is because it is Dendro. And there's just so fewer options for that. Like, you could say, yeah, you could just pick Kale, Tainari instead, but... Yeah, I guess when you don't take into consideration comparison to other characters, Lynette is just stronger than Dendro Traveler. Yeah, that looks fine. That looks fine. The water one, on the other hand, is pretty bad. It has, like, the weirdest self-sustain in the game. Basically, what you play this character for, Hydro Traveler, is to get some Hydro reactions with your Elemental Burst. Needless to say, bro, that ain't really worth it. He's gonna go down here. He's not like bad, like I think that the Electro one is. But the skills aren't very good. I think that at least the cooldowns are more reasonable than the Electro one is. The Hydro Beam goes further. There is an alternate version if you would like to use it. It's not that good, but you have the option. And the alt is, I don't know. It's okay. Maybe Hazo's better. Yeah, right there. Is Hazo better? Actually, I don't think Hazo is better. I'd rather have Hydro Traveler than Hazo. You could say that it's also better than Freminet, because, like, Fremine's doing physical damage. Like, Freminet on his own is better than Hydro Traveler, but Hydro Traveler fits into a team much better than Freminet. Especially since when you're playing Freminet, you have to build the team around him, which inherently makes the team worse. But I think it's much easier to slap Hydro Twin into a team. And for that reason, I do think he is better. I think Kirara is better than Hydro Twin, though. So that's a good placement for him. Okay, now we can get to the Natlan characters. Kachina is pretty good. Like, I don't think any of these characters are, like, bad. Honestly, Lolly may be the worst one, which is sad. But Kachina is this, I actually don't even know if her elemental skill counts as a Geo construct for Chiori. I don't even know. But, like, this is just, like, a good, solid, decent Geo kit where you could just spam Geo attacks with your elemental skill. I don't know how much I should take into consideration how much better a character gets when they have like Night Soul Blessing and can be their elemental skill for longer. I don't know how much I should really take that into consideration. Probably not much, because you can't use stuff like that when you're in Spiral Abyss or when you're in Imaginarium Theater. But even without that, being able to just spam geo attacks at a pretty respectable rate is a solid part of her kit. Her ult's fine. She can also serve as like sort of an off-field support by jumping out of Turbo Twirly and then just switching off and leaving it there to do like geo support. I think this is a pretty versatile character. I think she gets above Dog Breath, above Gaming, probably above Yao Yao as well. I don't know if I want to put her above Farazan. This upper half of C is pretty dang good. This could probably be 2 tiers. Most of the time, the mid tier, the C tier, is the largest in a tier list. And I think that a lot of times the tier could be split in half and you could see a pretty sizable difference in quality for the first half and the second half. Like, I don't think Kachina is even close to Diona, for example, or Ningguang or Rosaria. But on the other hand, it's really difficult to say she gets on the level of, like, Hu Tao Child, you know? You know? I think I'd rather have her than Farazan. That'd probably be about as high as I go. Because Yoimiya Yoimiya's like respectable pyro damage just solo without the need for elemental reactions. Don't get me wrong though, Kachina is good. Kachina is pretty good. I think that this upper half, like this is exactly where I want to split this honestly. Like, actually... yeah. That feels a lot better. Have these characters like a tier higher. Just because it feels like there should be a tier there, especially with how big the C tier is getting. Mualani is a lot of fun and is also overrated. The fact that you have to like physically tag enemies while you're on your surfboard before you can attack them isn't very good when you also couple it with the fact that you don't have that much time on the surfboard if you're not in Night Soul's Blessing. You can get wild damage with this character. You can get really high damage with this character. And her ult can also do like 6 digits. It just can. But also people are saying she's like one of the best characters in the game. I don't think she reaches S tier. She's a fine B. Maybe even an A. I think she's better than Diluc. I think that if she had a worse ult, she could go into B, because I really don't... I haven't really grown to like her gameplay loop of using her elemental skill to tag enemies before doing a normal attack. I don't think she's as good as Ito. I'm gonna say it. I don't. I think that she might peak here at the top of B. That's probably where I'm gonna leave her. And you could even put Diluc above her as well. I might do that actually, out of respect for Diluc. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna leave her there. I wasn't super impressed with Mualani's kit in the long run. I'm not really super impressed with like her gameplay loop or gameplay style. I don't know. Diluc's fallen off so much at this point though. I had a 5-star weapon on Diluc for a while. And Skyward Pride, and I took it off to give him a Serpent's Spine. And I kind of feel like Skyward's Pride was better. Even though Serpent Spine, you could get so much more damage. Maybe I just need to give my Diluc different artifacts. I think I'm gonna... I'm gonna put Diluc above her. I'm gonna put Diluc above her. Kniech is really good. This is a good ult that, like, is Dendro and covers, like, a wide range of space. And also, he does a lot of damage with his elemental skill while constantly doing Dendro DPS. I feel like this is power crept Alhaitham. I feel like he is just better than Alhaitham. I don't really like how he plays. His exploration is super fun. Kniech does a lot of damage. And he doesn't even need elemental reactions to do it. If you do put him with someone like Farina, watch out if you're the other guy. Because holy crap, this is at least an A tier DPS. Above Wriothesley, he goes at least at the top of like this little batch of DPS here. Like, I want to say he's better than Alhaitham. The problem is that then you're saying he's better than these two. I think that that's apt. I think he's better than Alhaitham. This character is better than Ayaka. It's just a matter of power creep. Like, I was talking up Ayaka so much, but once you get like to into Fontaine and you see almost all the characters like surpass this standard that Ayaka set, it's kind of sad in a way. It's kind of sad in a way. I think this is the best Dendro main DPS. I don't really want to put him into S, though. Like, even though he can get, like, 60k just by himself without elemental reactions, I think I'm going to leave him there. I think I'm going to leave him at the top of A. I don't think he quite dips into S. I just don't. I think that having to like shoot the like little shots before you can do the big shot holds him back. He has to stay on the field for a while. I mean, his ult helps with that. He's really good. I just don't think he's like as crazy as someone like Chiori is. Cougar Lady. I don't think this character is as good as everyone else thinks. She can heal. She could do like Geo DPS a little bit. She can like give her buff to people. Depending on your team comp, this character serves two completely different functions. I wasn't super impressed with either of them. I actually don't think I'm going to be actively using this character for too much going forward. I was not really impressed. I think this character doesn't like give like too noteworthy of a buff, and her healing is kind of It's also tied to an ult. She could do like okay geo damage, but she doesn't give you a construct for Chiori, and Navia is just 10 times the damage, no exaggeration. Like, I kind of want to say Kachina's just better. Which is crazy to say, bro. It is crazy to say. Maybe I could put her at the top of, like, normalcy? Like, but that's below Yao Yao. I don't know if I want to go that far. Maybe I could. She's Geo. She does to give, like, different, like, buffs depending on the, like, she's one of those characters where it can be very dependent on what other elements you have in the party as to what sort of function she serves and how well she serves it. I could put her above Yao Yao. Yeah, that looks more correct. can C+. plus. Do I think she gets any higher than that? I don't think she gets any higher than that, bro. Chi-Chi above her. Crazy. But that really is what it feels like. Like, I feel like there are more scenarios where I would rather pick Chi-Chi than Jilonin. I don't think I'm ever going to pick this character in a serious situation again. I was not impressed. I was not at all impressed. Auroron's pretty good. This feels like almost like new age Fischl, where he has like just an elemental, like his elemental skills kind of whatever, right? It's just like boop, throw out electricity. But he also has like this AoE alt, and I swear he also gives like buffs to the team. I actually don't even know, bro. There's been like some weird stuff that's happened when I've been playing like Natlan teams, and I don't know where they come from. Let me see if this comes from Auroron, because that would 100% affect the ranking. Let's see what this man does. Let's see. Spirit Orb. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Nice hole after a nearby party member to... When another party... Night Soul points, takes electro charge. Deal. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I was wondering where that random damage was coming from. Auroron is just kind of crazy. I don't think he's as good as Fischl Yaimiko, right? I don't think he's as good. But his ult's real good. He just gives random damage. He's also like an electric Natlan character, which pairs so well with Mavwika, which like is super important for like how Morika's kit work and how she's like one of the new best kits in the game, but only works with specific teams. This character is deceptively good. This is somewhere in A tier. This is solid. It's not crazy. It's nothing like Yaimiko. It's nothing like Fischl. But this character feels like Zhongling Jinqiu support. I guess it's not that good. I don't think it's as good as them. I might just throw him somewhere in the middle of this line of DPS. You know, like Zhao, Sino, smack dab in the middle there, maybe? Maybe. Put him above Yui Noa. How much am I... Maybe I'm giving him too much credit. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit, because I think about like what he does compared to what someone like Sino does, and it's just like no comparison on the surface level. Like, he supports Mavwika so well. I guess you'd have to take that into consideration, right? His ult's pretty good. I want to put him above Shinobu. I do feel like he does more than her. I feel like I could put him there. For like how much he helps on a support, on a character who doesn't need to be on field. Sino has to be on field. I guess that's the big comparison there. Like, I'm trying to compare a support character like Auroron to a main DPS like Sino who has to be on field the whole time. I guess there's no real comparison there. For what like Auroron does, he's like so deceptively good. His kit looks so simple. It doesn't come off as a kit that's all that good, but it really is. And I've used Auroron so much more since I got him than I ever thought I would. I even think I've used him more than Ayato, but I'm not going to put him above him. I think Ayato is just real solid DPS. Not much more solid than Auroron, but solid enough to beat Auroron's kit. Look at him looking at him. Chaska, I've talked about this already. This is the best character in the game right now. This is undeniably the best character in the game right now. This character can use every element in your team all at once from herself. Meaning that any, like, things that they're doing, like Farina, like sea critters, or like Auroron orbs, or like Fischl Bird, like Yaimiko's things, like, they're all doing their damage, while Chaska is also loading up elemental shots of those to get, like, elemental reactions just on her own merit. Not even needing them to use their kits, which they will be, in addition to that. Chaska is broken. I can't believe a character like this made it into the game. This character is so ridiculous. No other character comes close. Like, if the best characters was one tier or one character besides Dane's Leaf, it would be Chaska. It would just be Chaska. Pyro Traveler is so disappointing because not only did they build it up so much, right? But also, when you were in the story doing that fight against the dragon in the abyss and you had Pyro Traveler, it was so powerful and so broken and so much effing fun. And I guess I should reserve judgment on this because you had those, like, fire blades that you could, like, slice through the dragon and it was doing so much damage and had so much range and it was so effing cool. And none of that is part of the actual kit. And I'm reserving judgment because maybe when we get the Collective of Plenty and we get the final constellation, we might unlock that for in the open world. And that would be so much fun. And if that happens, this is the best Traveler by far. And it's not even close. But until that happens, this is a pretty big disappointment. It's definitely in the top half of the Travelers. I would say that it's better than Hydro for sure. But I don't know by how much. Like, is it better than Chevrolet? Maybe. Lisa? Maybe. Maybe Klee 2. Maybe it does go into C. I don't know. How high does it go? Like I don't know. Maybe there. Like, Yanfei's better, but this is support, so you got to give it extra credit. It's not going to do much as, like, a focused DPS who wants to stay on screen and do as much damage as possible. Like, how high does this go? Maybe it goes there. Like, maybe it goes above Kaya. Maybe it goes above Goru. I don't think it goes that high. I think it stops somewhere about here. I think it stops somewhere about there. Or you could put it above Kaya. Goro, though. Maybe. Maybe it does. It's also a Natlan character technically, because you get Night Soul's Blessing. I'll give it a little more benefit of the doubt. That's got to be where I draw the line, though. Like, there's no way it's better than Yao Yao. For now. If the next constellation gives us those, like super sword beams that we used against that boss in the story, this is going to shoot up more than 2 tiers. That would be so cool. That would be so much fun. But right now, it gets above gaming because it's support. Like, gaming you have to stay on screen for so effing long. Mavuika is interesting because this character only really works with Natlan teams, and I do not play Mavuika as a primary DPS. I play her as a support, where I throw up her elemental skill, and then I change to Chaska and just proceed to delete the enemy. So I understand I'm only playing Mavuika in one of the several ways that you could build her to play her. So, if you want to say Mavuika is higher than I'm going to put her, that's fine. I don't, you can say that. I'm not building her as, like, a primary DPS. I think this might be a character it might be worth showing my build for on. My Mavuika is using this sword from that one event, which I think is pretty darn good for her if you know what this sword does. I have her on Obsidian Codex, which is all leveled up. These artifacts are pretty good, all things considered. No constellations. Don't have her talents leveled up a whole lot. I guess I could do that now. But I'm also trying to level up Lanyan right now, so I will not be leveling up talents presently. I'm trying to get everyone to 90 so that this list is valid. But I don't really play Mavuika as a like main DPS. But she's still really, really good. She's still really good. I'll be right back. Pyro support isn't the most common form of support. And I think that Mavuika does it really well. I think it is held back by the fact that it has to be on Natlan teams for you to really make it, like, really, really good. That's why she is going to be the first Archon to not make it into S for me. I do not think she makes it into S. Or maybe she does. Maybe she makes it into the bottom part of S. But while I do think she's good, I don't think she's like a character that defines strategies, or that I'm always going to like the characters in S tier. Like every one of these characters I go to all the time, except maybe like Emily Chiori, and that's only because the strategies that they employ are so specific. And I think that like when you phrase it like that, Mavuika deserves to be up here too, because similar to how like, Chiori is only really an S tier when you pair her with a character who makes a Geo construct. Mavuika is only S tier when you pair her with Natlan characters. So, when you take, like, their best team comps into consideration, she does get an S tier. So, I guess I sort of talked myself into it. If I talked myself into putting Emily up here, Mavuika should be up here as well. I just feel so much more constricted building a team when I pick Mavuika. I feel like whenever I pick Mavuika, it's the same team every time. It's Mavuika, Auroran, Chaska, and then either Kokomi or Farina, depending on my mood, because I can only afford to have like one character on that team who's not from Natlan. So, when you take into consideration Mavuika at her best, which I guess we should out of fairness, it gets pretty high. It gets about there. I don't want to put her above Nahida, though, because Nahida can do everything on any team you throw her into. So maybe we do this. Navia does so much damage as well. Like, Navia is another character that functions just so well all on her own. Yeah, that's feeling kind of correct. I don't want to put her above Nahida. I really don't. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. Which leaves Seatlali, who, like I said, is a big disappointment, because I actually have a constellation for this character. This character is actually C1. And she still feels like she does so little. Like, yeah, she has a pretty good cryo shield. And yeah, her ult does do, like, respectable damage. But she's nothing really crazy like I thought she would be. I guess maybe it's just the standard that the rest of the Natline characters have set, you know? This is a B tier character. This is somewhere in B. It could get up pretty high in B. Maybe right there. Maybe a bit lower. Yeah, right there. Right there is where she belongs. Okay shield, like, decent damage, elemental burst, but there's no, even with her first constellation, there's nothing she does that's really crazy that shoots her up here. So, that's the list. I want to... Maybe I want to take Tainari, put him down in C+. That feels a bit more correct. I could do the same for Lenny as well. Do we knock Eula down to C+, though? That's the real question. I think I want to keep her there. She did so much for me earlier on. Yeah. The more I'm looking at it, the more I'm content with how this feels. I think that's going to be our list. It took 5 hours. We're not doing another one. We are not doing another one today. So thank you to everyone who came in and tuned in. Maybe at some point my throat will recover enough for me to do this for like how much I like the characters. This is for like how good I think they are, like gameplay wise. I already told you where I thought these two would go. But I should reserve judgment on them anyway. I've seen a little gameplay of these two, but again, not enough to judge them. So Paimon's just not on this list. It's just funny. Maybe this is Paimon. Maybe this is Paimon. Well, that was fun. Like I said, not planning to do anything weekly stream-wise for Genshin. Maybe if y'all want me to, I could continue to try to come up with something, but that's the list. It was a lot of fun. Obviously, in like a week's time, I will be doing Imaginarium Theater. Hopefully make a video out of that. I will do Kirara's Echo. I will make a video out of that for certain. And next week, this upcoming week, there should be another Intertwined Fates. And on Friday, we will be doing Frame by Frame Fridays for BB Tag again. I am going to try to continue committing to that. But thank you all to everyone who stopped by, watched for any amount of time, and to anyone who is watching the VOD of the stream, as they are called. Thank you as well. So, we will be doing another tier list of something at some point in time. Hopefully I'll get to editing my case one because I really want to do that. But until then, this is Razzle48 saying goodbye, and I'll see you next time.